Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Beer buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies in past. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers finger's point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. Welcome back to the Cafe, guys. We're open for business. Great to see you all today. Thank you all for joining me again. Guys, we're heading over to Idaho again. Surprise. Truth, lies, motives, and theories. We're going to discuss that today. I had a bit of a deep thought last night on this, and you know how it is, folks. We can't let it go for reasons we all know. We need truth. We want truth. We deserve truth. Where's it at? Okay. So that's what we're going to be getting into and discussing today. Hopefully I'll be joined by somebody or somebodies to discuss these things. I have a video to review with this by a newer channel to me, maybe not to you guys, but there's some things in it that relate to this that we can put to this, I guess you could say. So, you know how that goes, and you know what comes next. So, that being said, I guess it's time to do this thing, y'all. Here we go.
Trigger.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Oh, I really like that song. Really like that song. Kind of like gets me pumped up, I guess you could say. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. You know the routine. The door's open. Grab a cup of coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Grab yourself a place to sit. Get comfortable, if you will. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all, whoever you are, wherever you are. Hope it's good for you. It's great to be with you guys once again. I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you to my amazing and awesome Blue Crew, my moderators, for being here. For those of you that are here, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join me to do this. Thank you to all of you, as we will see here soon, who's all here with us, and see what we're getting into today. Like I said, guys, I think a lot of us are we can't get away from this because we're not getting the answers, the truth, the what it should be that we should be getting. So that's why we can't get away. And I think about this all the time when I'm not doing it, when I'm eating dinner, when I'm sleeping, when that happens, walking down the street, going to the grocery store, whatever I'm doing, washing laundry, folding laundry, I'm thinking about this case a lot. So I had a bit of a deeper thought last night on this one, and it was interesting, and I'm sure it's been hit on before. And I found a video a while back that I never really shared it with you guys. I've watched it, and I've watched other things by that creator, and it just the guy that does the narrating on the channel, his voice is like deep in there, okay, and it's kind of mysterious and mesmerizing, all that, but the way he explains everything that he puts into his video for this is very interesting, and he's given some good points based on motives, narratives, and things like that. So I don't know, we're gonna get into it though. Edward, how are you, my friend? Good to see you today.
Likewise, good to see you. Good to see everybody. I also have a thought that has kind of been foremost on my mind since yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe we can try to sort it out.
Please.
Today
That's what we do here. That's what we do. I'm excited every time you have something different to add or to say. I get excited for that as well. Great conversations. There's always great conversations here. That's one thing that there's never a lack of. So grateful for that. So thank you all again for being here for it. Speaking of, it looks like Miss Mary Holt's back in the house today. Circus Music, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Michelle F., welcome. Of course, Eddie, One Maiden Nut, up here with me. I have the honor of having today again. Miss Cat K is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Moonlight Baby, great to have you and see you here today. Mama D, welcome back to you. Let's see. Miss Denise in the house. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, feeling good. Moonlight Baby, always here. Great to see you, dear. Lost Faith, welcome back to you. Donna Salamander, great to see you. Great to have you here. Transformer Uplifter, welcome. Always happy to see you and your positive statements. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Truth Nation Uncensored, Willie Will's in the house, in and out, he said. Sorry to hear about the little one, bro. I hope she does all right. Hope she's getting better. Senor Wazowski's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama. Miss Diane, good to see you. Okay. So let's see here. Mrs. Acali, good to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Mittens for Kittens, great to see you. Daniela Kiriako, welcome to you. CJAG 1K, great to have you in the house. Mittens for Kittens. James Bowen, thank you, my friend, for joining us, even if it's just to hit the like button. And Truth and Justice, True Crime with Miss Anna D. Great to see you today. Mary Holt. Echo 444 is in the house. Good to see you. And I appreciate that statement. I don't know, but if I'm your favorite, Boy, oh boy, you could do so much better than me. Come on now. But I do appreciate that so very much. It makes my heart feel good. Deborah Ackland, good to see you as well. Welcome back. Julia Rose, wonderful to see you today. Elizabeth Wagner, always happy. And Michael 007, my friend, 2 days in a row. I am grateful to see you, sir. Micro Blue, welcome back to you. We got 62 peeps in the house today, guys, with 42 likes. Let's match it up if we can and get this in that algorithm, please. And thank you. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Yeah, that's what we're going to get into something about a little bit along that lines on my side of things, Circus. Says I could be in another world thinking this, but I feel like something bigger is going on. And Brian will get the chance to walk by Bill Thompson and say, checkmate. That's a good statement. And like I said, we're going to get into that realm there with our conversation today. Jane Bosch, welcome and great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you guys all here today. Thank you so much. Please share this out, everybody. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. We got plenty of room. Plenty of room. Please and thank you. Come on in. Taylor, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Mark Schumann, great to see you today. I think I've hit everybody so far. Meg P, the megastars in the house. There's the tomboy. Oh, geez. Did you pick up what Miss Tandy had there, tomboy? I'm sorry to hear that, hon. I hope you feel better. Wow. Good deal. I hope you guys find one, Mama D. Come on in. Come on in. Deborah Ackland. I did see. Laylo Lisa, welcome to you. Sorry. Ugh, that went down the wrong side. Yeah, I bet it does, Tomboy. I'm sorry. Please get better. Please get better. No bueno, I bet. Good to see you, Taylor. Taylor, what are you talking about? You're deleting your channel. Just know I never meant to hurt it. I have no clue what you mean by that, dear. Michael, thank you so much. Yes, thank you all for the Purple Hearts in memory of Wisdom Speaks, keeping her memory alive and here in our channel that she truly was a lot of the foundation for building with me. We miss her so very much. So thank you, Michael. God bless. Well, you better take care of that, tomboy. Like, if you need to go to the hospital and stuff like that, don't be waiting too long. Please. Woman Power 101, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Yes, truly. In my thoughts and prayers as well, tomboy. Get better, hun. Please. Don't let it go too hard. You know what that happens with that. Yeah, you don't have to be in here, hun. Go lay down. Take care of yourself. Listen to the boss lady here. Miss Tandy's on her lunch break with us today. Appreciate you very much. You're feeling that bad, tomboy. Please, please. Go lay down and rest. You're okay, aren't you, Miss Meg? Michelle F. Thank you for those, and Donna, and Anna, and Zicali, and Senor, and of course Michael again. Thank you all for the purple hearts. Yes, I am lying down. Only got out of bed to call the court over the stupid. Oh, geez. Carolyn Prestage, welcome. Good to see you today. Thanks to Kelly. Like I said, if that fever gets too high, Tomboy, you know you need to go somewhere. You can't be getting sick there, ma'am. Yes, she knows all that stuff. She tells us that all the time, too. But yeah, Meg is right. Rotate the Tylenol, ibuprofen. It's different with her because of her immunocompromised situation. It causes her more problems. Doing good, Michael. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be taking the Tylenol part. Just take that ibuprofen and hope that it helps. What is happening, Pappy? Good to see you, brother. I hope so. I hope so, Miss Tandy. 81 peeps in the house. 50 likes. We're getting there. Come on, y'all. Thank you, Mama D. Come on in, grab a seat. Oh, no, Moonlight. I'm so sorry, hon. I know. I knew about your sister. Well, you're always in my thoughts and prayers. Good Lord. So rough. Not a good day. I got you, Moonlight. Well, we're all here with you. You're not alone, that's for sure. So Red Riding Hood, welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Beach Babe, you as well. Great to see you today. Well, then you go do that, ma'am. Or at least lay there and listen to us put you to sleep or something like that. I just feel bad when you feel bad. You can't sleep, Miss Meg. What's going on with that? Everybody's got to sleep. There again, there's me telling you, and I don't sleep. I sleep 2, maybe 3 hours a night, if I'm lucky. Yes, absolutely, Moonlit. From all of us, from the entire community, absolute condolences, thoughts, and prayers to you all. Thank you, Transformer. God bless. Nope, you're caught. You're not sneaking in. I see you. I heard you creaking, SRB. I'm just kidding. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. The prop system. Meg, you're awesome. Absolutely. When it rains, it pours. My mom best friend is just saying, oh my God. Oh, cancer is such a horrible, horrible thing, you guys. We've lost so many good people for no reason to it. So sorry. To anybody that's dealing with it, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I don't know what my deal is. I think most of mine is my neuropathy. My neuropathy like throbs, okay? And it aches. And then, of course, I have restless leg syndrome as well. You don't get to sleep when that happens. Sorry. So it just doesn't happen. So I sleep a couple hours when I'm so exhausted that I cannot keep my eyes open. Then I sleep and then I'm awake again. Miss Terry's in the house today. Good to see you, Terry. Yes, thank you guys all for the Purple Hearts in memory of wisdom. We appreciate that so very much. Nope. You ain't sneaking up on me. That's for sure. Yes, and we love you being here too, Moonlight. We truly do. I didn't know you had that. I forgot. You did talk about that. That's crazy what it does. Magnesium might? Really? I'm going to look into that. Thank you, Zakali. Oh, she said hi to Tandy and Eddie. She didn't say nothing to me, but it's okay. I see where I stand in her eyes now. It's all right. Stretches. I just started PTSD. Will go to my hands and feet. Really? I'm gonna have to try that. We'll definitely try that. Thank you, Mittens. Is it helping, SRB? Truly? I'm down to start it. I'm about to start. Oh, now she says hi to me. Thanks. I'm just teasing you. You know I love you. The magnesium stuff I've heard is good. Agreed, KP. Miss them both. They were both amazing people. I definitely wish that Golf and Wisdom both could see the finality to this, because I can promise you that both of them would be flipping out about this and definitely saying this is not what it is. That's the last thing. That's the first and last thing Wisdom ever said about this case. This is nothing like you've ever seen, Diego. This is not at all what you think it is. And Golf would always say, no, it's not what it is. This is not right. Okay, but I've been told by multiple people about magnesium and this new beetroot stuff I'm going to be trying too, thanks to Miss Tandy telling me about it. I researched it and it does a lot, and it helps with a lot. It's going to help with my arthritis and my all sorts of stuff. So yeah. Okay. And I have a lot of anxiety too, so hopefully that'll help then. Good. Oh, good, because I have multiple issues with my back, so that will help. God, that's horrible, senor. Okay, thank you, Zakeli. Good, Red Riding. How are you? Good to see you. So, looks like we got 88 peeps, 57 likes. We're getting there. Hemispheres in the house. Good to see you, bud. I guess Sky, welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let's, I guess, kick this off a little bit. Eddie, let's start off with you since you're the guest. What was your insights, your thought, whatever it was that you had going on today or yesterday? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so from yesterday, as you know, we were talking about that hypothetical question. If Brian Kober still has the sheath and he can prove it, how come they don't just come out and show everyone, to prove his innocence, just show everyone that he's got the sheath presently.
Right. Yes, right. Yeah.
Now, it's so to me, I'm still struggling to even see if this is a valid question. A lot of people put in the chat who, some of the people who are asking that question, and it seems, based on the people that they cited that they heard asking that question, that it seems like it's a real question. They're not, whoever's asking that question isn't like trying to troll.
Yeah.
So to me, if that is the case, that this is a valid question, I'm just trying to understand it because I still can't. Like, for example, first of all, there's a time and place for doing that. Like, it seems like by asking that question, it feels like who's ever asking that question is suggesting that gets performed before trial as opposed to during trial.
Yeah.
Just come out and show the sheath, prove, so he can so they can bust him out of jail and let him free.
Well, this is just my opinion that when it was, I've seen it said before in many different ways. Now that I think about it, I've never been brought out as in videos and stuff, but I've seen other people say different things about it. I went back and looked at some stuff last night, so on and so forth in different chats. I guess it was talked about in a lot of different chats, but I imagine what was meant by it was when this first started per se, and it was brought to the table about the sheath. When they went into his house, when Ann Taylor, for instance, or the defense team themselves, he could have said or possibly said to them, by the way, if he bought it, which is what my biggest doubt is to this day. And that would be why it would never come to the table in that aspect and why it was never proven because he never purchased it. That's just my thought saying. But if he had purchased it and he would probably more than likely was, yeah, I bought it and it's here. You can go here to get it. And there it is. And then they would have presented it and that would have been the end of that. But why it never happened is, in my opinion, because I feel like he never purchased it because they've never showed proof of that. But that's how I think, Eddie, it would have been presented if it were to be something, and it never was. So therefore, in turn, that's why I feel like it was never bought. You know what I mean? But that's how I feel like it would have came out per se.
Well, let's for this thought experiment say it was purchased.
Sure.
He truly did have one. He bought one. So
absolutely,
from that, you go two different directions. He still has it. And he has it no longer. Well, if he doesn't have it any longer, then we don't need to discuss it.
Right.
That would be something done at trial. He traded it. He lost it.
Stolen. Yeah, right.
Whatever. So if he's still, then by asking that question, it still feels like whoever is asking that question thinks that this is going to get done before trial. Like, and if that is the case, like, just show that he has the sheet. Who do you show it to? Brian Enton, the judge?
Right.
Diego? Yeah. I mean, I don't understand. I really don't.
I understand. That's why I thought. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I interrupted you. Finish.
I was just gonna say that's why I always challenged it ever being purchased. But yeah, we're going to say that he did buy it, like you said. But I think if that was the case, that would have been like there's not even a thought on that. Welcome, KP. Good to see you. And that's a good point too. We'll get to. I think it would have been done a long time ago. If Brian would have purchased that himself, I think that they would have brought that out long time ago, folks, and said, here it is. So that's bullshit. That's why it was never really an issue, I don't think. So, but maybe.
Tomboy, I got sarcasm. I got cynicism. I got it all.
Yes, he is.
Really, y'all haven't really seen it, but it's in there.
What's up, Texas? Oh yeah, Eddie shows his sarcasm from time. I love it though. It's funny the way he puts it out. It could have been SRB, and it would have been interesting. I could imagine the defense, since the prosecution went and purchased everything that they swear Brian bought, and they were going to bring it in. Well, at the same time, I could have imagined the defense would have presented that from his side of things and said, no, here's his. So what's that? You know what I mean? That's how I would have imagined it happening, but we never got to that point. So good point.
Because it's like, where is it then? Like in his drawer?
Right.
They forgot to look in the drawer. They turned the house inside out, but it's right here in the drawer. Oh, well, we didn't look in the drawer. And
right.
That obviously because, they're untrained.
Yes.
They're just Walnut Grove PD over there.
Well, something else Sarge mentioned probably 2.5 years ago now, 2 years at least. He said it came to him one day when they went through Brian's parents' house, and he wanted me to pull up the list of things that they had found, and one of them was a knife, but it was indescript. It just said knife. Everything else was severely described, but that one knife, it just said knife. And he was like, Dago, I'm telling you, I feel like that probably is the one. If he bought it, that's it. That's probably there. That's why they haven't talked about it. That's why they won't describe it. And I said, well, Good point, Sarge. I never thought of it like that, you know. And you know, he thinks deep. He always has. So that could be too. We don't know, but very interesting.
Yeah, because um, y'all realize if he really had one, you know, regardless if in the apartment or at his parents'
Hmm.
house, um, you know, they're going to put that on the warrant return. They're going to collect it and then say that they collected it, right? I
In a
mean,
right side up world, yes.
yeah, you believe that.
That's what exactly what SRB I think just said. Okay, so also yes, what Eddie is saying, this is what she believes you're saying, is that they could have found this and said, "Oh, oops, nothing to see here." They're not going to admit to it, and I agree with that.
Because now they're what, 2 sheets?
Yeah,
There'd be 2 sheets.
that's right.
The one
That's
that they collected presumably on the 13th with his DNA, and now the second one
And if they pull
with
one
his
out,
DNA.
yes, if they have one that they find on anything that belongs to him, then that just blows their entire story out of the water. Yes, absolutely. Very good point, both you guys. So yeah, I was right with Sarge on his. Yes, you were absolutely right with that one because Sarge went nuts about that. And it's like, I swear to God that that's probably it. They're not going to tell us that because and it's listed in the script for that reason. I said, well, it makes sense, Sarge. It does. And I would go along with that very easily. So yes, Jesus, never fails, never fails. Eddie, give me one quick second, my friend. I'm sorry.
Oh, you guys are silly. You think I'm going to sing? I just don't see that happening. I couldn't carry a tune. Yeah, Dago forgot to put on the elevator music again. So what do you guys think? Is that a valid question? Or is that just being a troll? When people say, well, if he still had the sheath, why doesn't he prove his innocence by just producing the sheath? I just can't understand it still. Are people being for real with that? And if so, what's the mechanics of that? How does that go? I'm still lost. I think it's a question that's not really fully thought through. Um, who's ever asking it, I don't know if they've taken enough time to really like sort it all out. Like that's not the way this goes, at least that I can see. Maybe I'm still missing something. But for sure, if you really had it, you know, they went to, you know, SWAT him at his parents' house. They found it there. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. You all know that. Suddenly it got lost, for sure. Because you know they're not going to say, oh, well, here it is. Dang. Well, release him. We got the wrong guy. Turn around. Forget it. Go back home. Go to bed. Go home to your family.
All right, sorry everybody. That was my wife. Of course, that's the only time I would put you guys on hold that long. She had applied with 911 to work with 911 again, and she was just asking me some questions about some previous stuff. She's getting a little bit wore out at the job she's at now, and thought maybe about moving back over to 911 or something. So I don't know. I had to answer some questions. The cat lady's in the house. Good to see you. And I don't think
They
that's
want to
a
know
great.
if I've seen cows lately. Yeah, I see cows pretty much every morning on my bike ride.
Yes, Eddie and his bike rides and the cow thing. I remember that story. That was great.
It was chilly this morning, the bike ride.
It was cold here this morning. It's rainy too, which means my son is home today. He's not working because it's raining. Hey, Miss Paula, good to see you. We love you too.
Most people Zwift. It's like a virtual scenery and the stationary bike, and they put on the miles, like in their basement or whatever, in front of a screen.
Yeah.
Which is legit. It's still the same workout, pretty much.
Yeah, but you don't get the atmosphere. You don't get the outdoors and all that fun stuff that goes along with it.
Yeah.
That's good for wintertime. I'll say that. But like when it's spring and fall and summer, it's beautiful to be out there riding in that weather. See, that's why I'm kind of cheating because my knees aren't like they were and all that fun stuff. Pedaling a bike. But if you put me on one of the new electric bikes, I'd be all over the place. I love being outdoors. So yeah, that'd be great. You almost hit a turkey. Jeez. Sounds like you live where I live, Meg. Major thunderstorms, 27 and sunny. Oh, Kent is in Canada. I forget that. Good stuff. Big Red, good to see you. So no, I don't think that question is I think it is a valid question, or what you said, Eddie, is valid. I'm sorry. I almost hit a cow this morning. It was in the middle of the road. We have that all the time. Turkeys, cows. Yeah, we have horses that get and go. I remember the one day I was driving down the end of my road and there was like 32 goats in the middle of the road. And I'm like, where did you come from, first of all? And why are you in the middle of the road? All of you. 1, 2, maybe I could see, but like 30 of them. Somebody, one of them, I guess, charged a fence or something and it knocked it down. So they all just got out in the middle of the night and they were standing in the road all night. Welcome, Lee. Good to see you. Sarah D. Irish in the house. Miss Sarah, good to see you. But can you imagine coming up on your bike on like 30 goats, Eddie? Trying to get away.
The other morning, I was on a gravel road and there was a whole gaggle of turkeys that were in the road. And as I approached, they, skedaddled.
Yeah. The turkeys will run off.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was thinking, it's a good thing I'm just going as fast as I'm going. What if it was a car going faster? Of course, it was on a straightaway, so they'd be able to see in plenty of time, hopefully, to slow down. But,
feathers everywhere.
Yeah.
We have the turkeys. I have a pond. Across from me, one directly across from me. I have one that's 2 doors that way. And I have the river behind me and a swamp behind me. And we have geese like you wouldn't believe. I'm talking like 75 to 80 geese that are around my house constantly making their noises and stuff and dropping their droppings. And they walk down the road, single file, on the side of the road, like you know what they're doing. to go between pond and pond. It's weird. Um, they have babies every year across the street, and then they walk them down to this pond. I don't get it. And then they'll fly back up here for like vacation, and then they'll go back down there. Then they go over to the, because I live probably 7 minutes from a lake. They go there, then they come back. It's nuts. It's nuts. They are a little aggressive at times, Mittens. That's facts. Yeah, I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I have shit everywhere. I have deer. I could stand on my front porch and go deer hunting with no problem. I think I don't know which ones are which, cat lady. They're the ones that have the green heads and necks, I think, from what I could see.
Mallard?
Maybe. Aren't those ducks though?
Duck, yeah.
Those are ducks. These are geese.
Oh, geese.
Maybe it's brown. Maybe their heads and necks are brown. I can't. It's hard to tell from across the street. Miss Josie Joe's in the house. Yes, we have coyotes that come up in my backyard too. Yeah, the mallards are ducks. I knew that. No, those are ducks. Everybody, we know
the green is what.
Yes, MR ducks. MR not ducks. MR ducks. MR. Fox says after one second.
Meg, yeah, loons. Yeah, Minnesota has loons. I don't see them around where I'm at. I'll just say I'm south of, the Twin Cities. Loons are more, I would say, northern Minnesota, generally. I don't know why that is. And maybe they are throughout Minnesota. I don't know. I just don't see them. But I know in northern Minnesota, it's for sure. And Meg, you said you had elk? You must be out west somewhere. Black Hills, okay. Oh, that's awesome. Black Hills. Yeah, I want to move to South Dakota for real. Mittens for kittens, yeah. Sounds like he fell through a trap door. He was talking suddenly, then he wasn't.
Right, all right. Let's see here now.
A couple people from South Dakota here.
Black Hills. Okay, sorry about that again. All right, so Becky. Good to see you. I've always wanted to go to the Dakotas. I've never been there.
Meg has elk over there.
Elk. Nice.
Yeah. At first I thought it was out west, which it is, of me, it's west. I don't think someone from South Dakota would call South Dakota out west, though. Do you?
Elk are amazing, absolutely amazing. I've always thought they were quite interesting, and not. I don't want to upset anybody by saying this, but I've eaten them before too, and it's just like deer in my opinion. So
So good or not good?
very good, very
Yeah,
good,
yeah, yeah,
very good. I love venison.
yeah. I've had elk, deer, bison.
Oh yeah, bison, very very good too. We do a whole bison fest thing here every year. They come out when it snows. Yes, we don't see them here. I don't see them here, but I've had it before. Yeah,
Yep.
it is. Jesse's right.
Way better. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. I just didn't want to upset her if she was very. Some people are sensitive towards eating certain animals. No, definitely doesn't taste like chicken. That's one thing that does not taste like chicken to me. Yeah, just damn, Jesse's on point. Good to see you, buddy. Like a mixture between lamb and deer, and it's all in how you prepare it, always, as far as what the taste is. How many years have you been in Minnesota, Eddie?
Aside from 4 years of living in North Carolina, my whole life.
There you go, Kent. There you go. You were attacked by a buffalo? Good God. That must have been quite interesting. Jesus. Yes. Yes. If guys, we would be so much healthier. We all would be. If we ate natural like we're supposed to instead of all this stuff that's farm raised and all these things are added to and all that stuff. Eddie went to UNC. Did
I
you go
didn't
to
say
UNC?
what I was doing in North Carolina. I just said I lived there.
That's just a guess based on the 4-year thing, I guess.
Ah, okay.
I thought we were going to say it tastes like chicken too. No, I don't think it does. Not at all. But venison and elk have very unique tastes, like to me. And like I said, the way they're prepared, it's just amazing. So, and no, I did not try to pet the fluffy cows. That's great, Meg. I love it. You guys are awesome. Lamb is good too. Jesse, I agree. I'm a big fan of that too. Again, it's all about how it's prepared. You can ruin beef and chicken too if you don't make it right. Just saying. I've always tried. My uncle was the guy that forced me to try everything at least once. And he was very interesting and very cultured and taught me a lot of things. So I've tried everything, folks. I've had just a little bit of everything. Even things you shouldn't probably never try. I've tasted yuck. Thinking about it, gross as possum, raccoon. None of it's no. Don't ever eat those meats. They're not supposed to be eaten, in my opinion. Smothered squirrels. I've had squirrel a lot. We used to go squirrel hunting all the time, Ranger. I've had squirrel stew. I don't know about smothered, but I've had squirrel stew. I've had squirrel on a spit. I've had multiple versions of it. Yeah, 100% with that one, Senor. I agree. That's what I think it's caused a lot of it. Squirrel's really good. It truly is. That's one thing I haven't had, Witchy. At least I hope not. I hope not. I hope I haven't.
Right? Let's
But
hope we haven't.
you just never know sometimes. You know what I mean?
Wow, what did the restaurant put in this dish? That's really good. I'm coming
right.
back.
Well, I told you guys the story the one time. Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Good to see you, dear. Side eye. There was I love Asian food. I think I've told you guys that time and time again. And I used to go all the time. And there was a restaurant in the city I grew up in Warren that had a buffet. It was like the first Asian buffet we ever had. And we would go there all the time. My parents loved it. My sister, we always went there. It was great. And they were closed one weekend. And we were kind of pissy because we would go like every other weekend. And then like 3 days later on the news, they showed that the health department shut them down, and they showed where they found a dumpster behind the place full of cat carcasses. They were doing their thing with the kitties in the neighborhoods. And I was like, oh God. And I know we ate it. And I know we liked it. That's the weird thing. So that we stayed away from Asian food for a while because of that, just because of the thought of it. You know, it brought like nausea and all that stuff. So for about 6 months or so, we quit eating it. then we started checking things before we would go to other places. I'm sorry, SRB. Um, yeah, it is, Terry. But anyway, it was all over the news. It was pretty bad. They got deported. They shut the restaurant. The restaurant's still sitting there. It's never been opened up again. But it was very sad. But that's like, I guess that's what they do over there. It's a delicacy for them. Yes, Meg. I'm guessing everybody in my community did, not knowing it. Oh, I got you, Kent. I got you. Yeah, it's a thing. Yes, I love fish. I could eat it every day, bro. The gator fillets. I've had gator. You're good. I'm done. We're done talking about the other ones. Let's see. Does that mean that Steve didn't mention it when Christy said the last time she saw her was leaving for Moscow? Oh, that I don't know about. That's funny. Oh, I've had that too, Senor. Very good. Tripe. I mean, I couldn't tell, Scott, because I don't know which they would on the buffet stuff. They would have meat or beef and chicken. They called it, so I couldn't tell you. I'm gonna guess it was probably one of the two that they said it was. So, and I mean, it was definitely a different texture, but I thought it was because of the way they cooked it. You know, that's what we always thought. Lamb fries, bull balls. Yeah, I've heard about that. Anyway. I've had rattlesnake. I've had octopus a lot, actually. Kent. Squid quite often.
Think of this. This is because we're having this conversation because that one morning I went on a bike ride and I startled a cow. Dago, you fell through the trap door again.
No, I'm here. I just keep getting interrupted by my rude ass son. Sorry, you guys.
I think what I said is I think we're having this food conversation because that one morning I was on a bike ride and startled a cow on the side.
Yes, yes, exactly. What's up, Scotty? Good to see you, bud. So yeah, we're I don't know how we ended up in the. I've had that too. I've had that more than once, Ranger. It's not bad. Scrambled eggs is right. Yeah, I know, man. He's a grown adult now. He should know better, but he doesn't. So, oh Lord. Anyway, on we go to where we were going.
To finalize the conversation that we had just moments ago. After this, I think I'll be satisfied and drop it. I still don't know if I fully understand it, because, like, first of all, to ask that question would suggest or would assume that the defense can produce it, like he had it somewhere, and the investigator somehow overlooked it and didn't collect it, whether it's his apartment or his parents' house. They never ended up with it. It's the defense that knows where it's at and can produce one. And then if they did produce it, say, here, he's innocent. Look we got the sheath right here. That doesn't mean that the prosecution would say, oh yeah, that does mean that he's innocent. No, their position would be, well, you may have another sheath, but that doesn't mean that we believe he's innocent. You know, people who are passionate about whatever, I mean, when you have something that you enjoy collecting, who has just one of them? I bicycle, for example. Who owns just one bicycle that's into cycling? Who is into knives has just one knife? What woman has just one pair of shoes? So
Exactly.
the state would still think that he's guilty. It wouldn't prove his innocence. in other
No,
words.
that I agree with in that aspect. And I think she knew that too. That even if they did have it, it wouldn't have changed anything. They would have found another way to go around it to try to put it on him. So
Yeah.
they would have figured something out. You know, they'd
And
have
more
said,
likely, if he
like,
did have one, they would have just collected it, under the
they'd never told the world about it.
radar, and
Yep.
yeah,
We didn't find it. We have no idea what you're talking
disposed
about.
of.
It had never been, yeah, they'd have burned it just completely so it could never be traced. So, and like I said, even if they would have, if it would have been exposed that they found it and that it was out there, they would have found a way to go around that and still blamed it on him. That's all. They'd have just said that's his replacement he bought because he knew he was gonna, you know what I mean? Something like that. That's all it would have been. It's like a silverish color, I believe, Stitches. Molly McMichael's Subaru, I'm pretty sure was a silver color. Oh, really? Light colored silver or light colored Subaru was pulled out of a lake across from Washington. Well, hopefully there was nobody in it. Like Rose says, Molly's still alive. Good Lord. I'm so confused. Wouldn't the state have to come up with the sheath? Yeah, Terry. That's why we've all complained about why they won't show us the pictures and stuff. You know what I mean? And they've never had to prove it. That's what we never went to trial. Never had to prove it. Hey, typically, good to see you. I watched another one of your videos this morning. Great job as always. I don't think it was brand new, but I think it was a debate you did with somebody. It was a great job though. I really liked it. So yeah, it would not, in this case, the way this has been, and that's what we're going to get into here about with my side of what I wanted to discuss to some aspect. They would have found a way to continue their narrative, period. That's all there is to it. So, and I'm very comfortable saying that based on what we've seen so far. I think we can make that a realization. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Typically. Absolutely. Please, if we can, drop her link in here, guys. I would love for you guys to go subscribe to her and help to support her and help her grow because she's doing a good job over there. If multiple weapons were used, then why do they just mention the K-bar, nothing else? What are the other? Nobody truly knows that. They won't tell us that either. That's the other thing. I can believe that there could be a gun involved. Anything else? There could be other things, many other things possibly involved. Thank you, SRB. Doug Bishop on YouTube just watched it yesterday. Okay. If they're releasing evidence in reverse order, it may be one of the last things they show. But I mean, it could be. Good point, Texas. It could be that way. He is going backwards with things, so we don't know. That I don't know about, Becky. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. But I'd like to know. And I was thinking last night, okay, after watching a couple of different things, and then I was just thinking and so on and so forth. And with everything that we've seen in regards to this, everything that's been put out, the way it's been put out, and the multitude of things and the different narratives that they have, I'm going to say it this way, allowed creators on YouTube to put out. Thank you, Miss Cat, for that super sticker. God bless. Very, very much appreciated. And it's a cup of coffee. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Cat. God bless. Very generous. I agree with you, Pappy. I don't think we will either. But I started wondering. We've seen this, and we're going to watch this video, and this guy presents this as far as theories and like motives and things like that in a very mysterious type way. It's kind of interesting how he says it. His voice is interesting. I'll say it that way. And there's some things that they get into that I've never really touched on. And I'm not saying that it's good or bad. You know, you can look at it however you want, however you perceive what this could have been. We're to believe that one person came in, Brian Koberger, committed this crime, killed 4 people, walked out, took no DNA with him, moved on with his life. None of us in here, I'm pretty sure most of us in here, have never been comfortable with that. Okay? It just doesn't make sense. So the thought that I had, yeah, that's what I was saying, Terry. They would have to produce it, but they didn't though. They never got the trial, so they didn't have to. And the funny thing is they went and repurchased it all. What they're claiming was bought. So I've never been comfortable with that either, Terry. But it's their job. It was their job to prove that Brian did this, not his job to defend it. You know what I mean? It was their job to prove that he was the one that committed the crime. They never had to do that though, because they forced the plea deal. And that's what I was saying. I would imagine that Anne had to have seen a picture of something, or had to have seen something. She never denied it. Okay, she never denied the sheath, nor did she ever deny his DNA on the sheath. Remember that. Hey, Fizzy, good to see you. So I always wondered, and I know I've said 100 times, I don't think it exists, this and everything else. That's because of the way that they have done this. That's all I'm saying. But there had to have been something she saw, or something that they showed to her to prove it. I thought you were calling me, Dylan. I told you in the morning. I figured you'd call me. We'll talk. Don't worry about it. We'll talk. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Appreciate that very much. I thought that would fall into the... It didn't hit the goal. Okay. Either way, I appreciate it, buddy. And I will give you a call, my friend. I will. I thought you were calling me, though. But what the hell was I saying now? I lost my train of thought.
Something about the sheath, and wouldn't they have to produce it?
Yeah, the state during the trial, in my opinion, would have to show it. I would have thought that's how this would work. This is your main piece of evidence in the trial. They would have to prove this. Here it is. This is what we found. This is how we found him.
Yeah.
But they never had to do that because they never let it get to that point, which I think we kind of all knew was going to happen. Do you know what I mean? In some senses. I know Eddie said it wasn't going to go to trial. I thought about it. Wasn't sure, but quite a few other people said they didn't think it was going to go to trial.
Yeah. So for this thought experiment, let's just imagine that this went to trial. The state would have had to have had what they claim to be his sheath. Here's the sheath. So that everyone could see it, the jury could see it. This is the sheath that we found on 11/13/22. There would be probably, this is just in my opinion, there would be no pictures of it, no photos of it at the crime scene, no body cam of it. This is the sheath that, although we don't have any photos or body cam of it, it's because it was underneath the covers. You can't see it, but it's right there. Can you imagine it being right underneath there? That's where it was. But this is the physical sheath here at trial. Yeah. I could have seen it gone down like that. You too, Dago? Is that kind of...
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why a lot of people have questioned the fact that they repurchased everything Brian bought. They claim from YouTube. Hello, Siggy, good to see you. And they were going to present this stuff they purchased in the courtroom. And I was wondering, yeah, I'll call you today afterwards. Dylan, no worries. And that made me wonder. So if they wouldn't purchase this stuff, or they were going to show this stuff in the courtroom in this little plastic case thing they were going to have in there with the knife and all that stuff to show the jury, does that mean you weren't showing the original that you say you found?
Right.
And I had to wonder that then, and I went, okay. So, just saying.
Yeah. So in other words, to say it differently, like they repurchased it, and that's the one that would be at trial, and it's like, well, this is one that's similar to the one that we found.
Yeah. So where's the one you found? Where's that one at? Why aren't you showing that one if you have it? And it made me wonder about that too. Now that's not what my topic was, but that's another huge point.
Because there's different DNA. There's a mixture. I forget the details of it, but there's blood on that
Mm-hmm.
on the backside of it, right?
Yep. And it didn't matter. They could put that into a Ziploc bag, bring it into court, show it in here, hold it the bag, say, here it is. That way we can see it. It's all you have to do. And nobody's got to touch it. Nobody's got to do anything. But I don't think that
in true crime cases, they say bloody. I mean, it's not a biohazard by any means. I mean, they save clothes and all kinds of items that have victims' blood on it, every day. So that wouldn't be it. It would be that their fear of the physical sheath with the blood on it. The fear would be that anyone can, forensically could search whose blood that is. So,
right.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they
that sheath would have to be lost too?
Right. Why wouldn't they just buy one and pretend it was the one that they found planted? We don't know that isn't what it was going to be, though. We don't know, Stevie. That's the thing. I don't get the theory behind the theory. That's what
right.
That's the whole struggle right there.
Exactly.
How would it be proven which sheath was which? The crime scene, right? I mean, I guess one has blood on it, one doesn't. Whatever. I don't know, but yeah, that's a good point, Senor. And Stevie both made good points there with that. Thank you, Tomboy, so very much. That's crazy, though. It is truly crazy.
Put it like this: if the sheath that has Brian's transferred DNA on the button snap, which also has blood on it, has the blood of someone other than the victim's blood, we'll just say that, possibly the real perpetrator.
Yep.
Then for sure that sheath does no longer exist either. It was probably in the same refrigerator.
Well, thank you.
Broke down and they had
or the fire. The fire. Don't forget the fire. Yeah. Here's what I think was going to happen, you guys. This is what I think was going to happen. And I'm being honest with you. I truly think this is what's going to happen. There's number 2. Thank you so much, Ro. And Kat, you guys are crazy. Thank you. 3 out of 5. You guys are rolling. Thank you. Thank you. Geez. I think they purchased these things. They were bringing them in. Okay. Thank you guys so very much. You guys are awesome. And they were going to say, okay, folks, people of the jury, this here is the same thing that Brian bought and used in this and to commit these murders and so on and so forth. And even if they were asked, well, we're not going to bring it in because it's evidence and we don't want to destroy this or that. And they would have kept it out and said, this is an exact replica. That's what I think they were going to do. And I would have blown up, truly blown up, and screamed about this if that's what would have happened during the trial. Truly. But I think that's what they were going to do, you guys. That is the only thing that makes any sense to me with them purchasing this. Doc, it's in the house. Good to see you, brother. No, we just got started, buddy. We were talking about animals like earlier.
10,000 elk in the wild?
Oh, that's what he's talking about. That have over 10,000. Wow, really? That sounds like an overrun. Or send some this way. I've never seen any in Ohio, but you guys are pretty close. That's wild. They are really cool, though. They are. I want to see one. I want to see an elk in the wild, and I want to see a moose in the wild. I've been told they're like extravagantly amazing.
Probably as like livestock, right? 10,000 as
right.
It fenced in.
I know. I think he's talking about as in like in the wild, like they roam free. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It is. It is a whole lot. BK was oh yeah, with the blood that was on the sheath, he was excluded. That's correct. Too fast for fleas. Good to see you. But yeah, I think that's what they were going to do with that. Is they were going to present it to the jury and say this is an exact replica of what he used and what we found. I don't understand why you guys have so many in it, like all around me in Kentucky and Michigan, but I don't have any here. It's wild. I've never seen one here. He said, yeah, they're in the wild. They vanished from Kentucky and they started a restoration project. Ah, so they just started rebreeding and all that. Cool.
But out east, that's amazing because that's a lot.
Yeah, it
Because
is.
how do you keep them, how do they know their territory? They're going to cross a road sooner or later, and, who,
Yeah, yeah.
whoever,
Somebody's gonna
whoever
plow one,
crashes
right?
into an elk on the road.
Yep. Yep. I'm okay with a replica knife. You're right. Well, they bought the whole deal, Stevie. They went and repurchased everything that they claimed that Brian bought from you, Amazon. They bought according to what the report said, they bought the knife sheath and the sharpener and even the vitamins that he bought in that order, supposedly. If I remember correctly. I don't know what the purpose was, but okay. And I just feel like they were going to present that in the court to the jury and say, this was a replica of the knife that was used, and this is the sheath that we found. And I would have questioned, why didn't you bring the sheath to court? I don't know why they wouldn't do it.
Did you just misspeak? You just said, and this is the sheath that we found, or
No,
a
no,
replica?
a replica.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think
That's how
what
I think they were going to present it, right? And it was going to be, and it should be questioned, but of course they weren't going to answer that. I don't think. I think they were just going to give some bullshit answer like they have. That's my opinion, but I don't know. I just don't know. They claimed he bought. They can't even prove what he bought. Right. That's true. They rebought.
Yeah, you're right.
Even still, just because he bought them isn't a good reason to rebuy them. Thank you. I agree with that, Senor.
Ashley would have been litigating at that moment. She would have done the word salad to explain.
Yes. She would have.
It would have been her turn to stand up and word salad out of that one.
And that's a good point too, Senor. You can't produce a replica of evidence in trial. Thank you. That's my point. But they had it set up to where they were going to have it brought in. That Hitler said that you can bring it in some kind of an enclosed
case,
like a plastic casing or something. And it's like, I'm like, why? Why? Obviously, I'm sure they wanted to show what they believed the weapon was. They claimed it to be. You know what I mean? But still. Had
it not been for that disastrous fire that we lost the real sheath in, this is the sheath that we had before the fire.
Yeah, I think it was going to be misplaced or something was going to happen. You know what I mean? Like everything else has. Like the Dickies receipt, they claimed were coveralls and it was a hat, right? I know. Corn. Love corn. Welcome, Tim Ritter. Good to see you. And if it showed in court in a plastic case, only one side would be visible, letting the other side be the only side that's probably, yeah. Good point. Good point. He allegedly bought a balaclava on Amazon. Right. Right. That made him a killer. Just saying. It's okay. I get that way all the time, Meg. So, my deep thought on this was, as I was watching something. Actually, I'm going to review this video with you first. And this guy gets into multiple. Thank you, Too Fast for Fleas. We got 4 out of 5. One more to go, and we hit that goal. You guys are awesome. Thank you so very much, Too Fast. I appreciate that. Very generous. And Lisa Hawkins, hello. Good to see you today. B-Man, good to see you. Lucy was corny. Uh-oh. That is awesome, guys. 4 out of 5 for the goal. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate you. This video, like I said, the guy's got a very mysterious voice. He makes it sound good. And he presents it in a... Hold on. Can I just remind everyone how funny it was when Willie was like, ew, ick. Outcast at Jeff H. yesterday. What? I missed all that. Sorry. I didn't see that, Lucy. I'm sorry. So you think they were taking him to trial with a phantom sheath? The evidence this whole case is based on. No way they would lose the jury. Well, what else is there to say? They didn't provide anything, though.
and they had to come up with like a lie
Right.
about around that whole DNA on the sheath thing.
Exactly. Thank you, Pappy, man. Hit that. You guys should get confetti in the chat. Thank you so much, Pappy. We got 5 out of 5. You guys are awesome. Thank you. They do look similar when he turns the lights on. Gotcha. There you go. So I don't know how it was going to go down, Critical. I'm just saying it's just a thought. You know what I mean? Because they've never produced anything as far as that goes for us to see, to know that's there. I mean, I'm sure Outcast is definitely not Jeff H, folks. Please. We know that. I'm sure they have to show something. It's their job to do that. That's why I said I don't know if they were going to bring this in and say, here's an exact replica. We're not bringing the one to court because of whatever reason, we're trying to protect it or some stupid shit. I don't know. I'm just saying that's how I imagined in my mind this happening. Yesterday was funny. It's Willie asked if Dago saw what MK said. I was like, Willie Dago. Yeah, Willie, he must have been high that day or something because I was sitting right next to him when he said it. It's okay. It's all good. So yeah, that's just what my thought was, Critical. I wasn't saying that was guaranteed. That's what was going to happen. I was just imagining in my mind. But back to what we were saying over here with this is this guy's going to express different theories that were produced, I guess, throughout this whole investigation. Things I've thought of, others have talked about and thought of, so on and so forth. And he just kind of breaks it down a little bit in this really mysterious foreign voice. It's interesting, but it made me think about some things. And it really, like, I even said this to my wife, and she was like, wow, that's kind of deep, but it does make some sense. And I'm going to explain it to you afterwards as we go through this. But this is just, and I'm not saying that everything that he says in here, he's bringing forth theories that basically that YouTube has put out. Okay. And that's what he's seen all over YouTube. People have said some crazy things. People have said some things that make sense, that don't make sense, things like that. So I just got to find it real quick here. What did I do with it? And again, one of the main things that I'm kind of hitting on 2 points with this. One of the things that was said very, very, very early on in one of the first, I can't remember if it was the first or the second press conference, Chief Fry said, these were his words, take it how you take it. But he said there were other people in the house that night. That's all he said. Just think of that. Remember that. Process that. And think about what we know with that thought in the back of your mind as well. That's all I'm going to say as far as that goes. And that came from law enforcement. He may not have meant it the way that I took it. He probably didn't. But I took it differently. That's all I'm saying. Now we're going to get into this here. And like I said, not everything this guy says in this means something. It may not mean anything at all to any of you. It's just interesting to me. The name of the channel is The Silent Casebook.
Questions. But
and just listen. And whatever you perceive. And we'll talk about it at that point. Dylan, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. And here we go.
every case generates questions, but some questions refuse to go away. In the aftermath of the murders at 1122 King Road, one of those questions has followed the case from the very beginning, just out of reach of the official story. Was someone else involved? Not in the same context that we've explored in our previous episode, but this time, looking at the possibility that someone from within their social circles or within their personal lives may have had some kind of involvement. Someone uncharged, unseen, unspoken. This theory exists not because of paranoia, but because of gaps. Gaps in time, gaps in statements, in silence. 4 students killed, 2 others unharmed, in a 3-story home without neighbors hearing screams and without any confirmed witnesses to the attack itself. A timeline with gaps, A crime scene destroyed before trial. 2 surviving roommates, one who saw a masked figure but didn't call for help. And then there are whispers. Whispers of a Sigma Chi fraternity party earlier that night, of friends arriving before police, of vehicles seen near the house after the murders but before the 911 call, of a father publicly stating his daughter's injuries were different and refusing to stay silent. Some of these rumors stem from raw grief. Others may have originated in confusion or online speculation. But together, they point to a fundamental truth. People aren't convinced the full story has been told. The official narrative is focused. 1 man, 1 knife, 1 silent night. But what if that focus is too narrow? In this episode, we're not here to accuse. We're not here to name names. We're here to ask, could someone else have been in that house? Could someone else have known what was coming and stayed silent? Could this crime be tied to something bigger than personal rage? We'll examine verified timelines and missing ones. We'll explore the frat house rumors, the drug debt theory, and the possibility of a ritualistic or symbolic act. And we'll ask the one question that matters the most. If someone else was involved, would we ever know? This chapter won't answer every theory, but it will tell you why those theories exist. Because sometimes the loudest alarm is the one no one ever triggered. Now, before we begin, please remember this. What you're about to hear is not an accusation. It's not a declaration of fact. It's a careful, structured exploration of alternative theories that have emerged in the aftermath of this case. Theories that stem from public silence, timeline gaps, and details still sealed behind court orders. Everything presented in this episode is grounded in public speculation, not confirmed evidence. We've done our best to maintain factual accuracy where facts exist, and to clearly separate speculation from record where they do not. This episode explores questions that some have asked quietly, and others have shouted online. Our goal is not to provoke, but to understand. And while we may explore theories involving other individuals, we must make this absolutely clear. No one mentioned in this episode is accused of any wrongdoing. These are theories, not conclusions. Furthermore, Brian Kohberger remains legally presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. With that in mind, let's begin. Every timeline begins before the crime, and in the case of the Idaho 4, that timeline passes through one specific place, the Sigma Chi fraternity house. Located just a short walk from 1122 King Road, Sigma Chi was a familiar setting for many students at the University of Idaho. On the night of November the 12th, 2022, just hours before the murders, Ethan Chapin and Xana Canode were reportedly seen attending a party there. It wasn't unusual. They were both well-liked, social, and deeply connected to campus life. But what has drawn interest and raised questions is what happened during and after that gathering. Who else was there? Who saw them leave? And was anyone else at that party connected, directly or indirectly, to what would unfold later that night? The official record has been relatively quiet about the party. No names have been released. No timeline has been confirmed by law enforcement. But online, rumors have filled the silence. Some claim that multiple fraternity brothers were present at the house earlier in the evening, and may have seen or interacted with Ethan and Xana before they returned to 1122 King Road. Others believe a confrontation may have occurred, a falling out, a misunderstanding, or worse, a message sent long after the lights went out. There's also the question of surveillance footage. Was anyone seen leaving the fraternity after Ethan and Xana? Were any unfamiliar vehicles spotted near the King Road in the early morning hours? To date, there's been no public disclosure of security footage from the party or the surrounding area, but some observers point to the tight-knit nature of the college social groups and wonder, could someone from the party have followed them? Could they have known the layout of the house? Could they have walked in and never been questioned? It's a theory that remains unproven, but it continues to gain attention because it's not unreasonable. Not when we consider the proximity, the timing, the silence. In a university town like Moscow, A short walk is all it takes for one world to cross into another. And on that night, Ethan and Xana left Sigma Chi alive. By morning, they were gone. What happened in between still isn't fully known, and what happened at that party might just hold the answers we haven't dared to ask. In a case fueled by facts, rumors can feel like poison, but in a case clouded by silence, rumors can often become the only thing left behind. From the earliest days of the Idaho 4 investigation, speculation has swirled around one particular detail. What, if anything, did the fraternities know? More specifically, what did the members of Sigma Chi, and possibly others, see, hear, or witness in the hours before and after the murders? It's a sensitive question, not because it implies guilt, but because it implies knowledge, the kind that might never have been shared. Online discussions, some now deleted, have suggested that fraternity members were seen near 1122 King Road in the early hours of November the 13th. Others claim that certain names circulated privately among students, and that people were warned, quietly, not to ask too many questions. Still, others pointed to odd behaviors at the vigil, or comments made online that seemed to suggest foreknowledge. To be clear, none of these claims have been confirmed. No official statements have named any Sigma Chi brothers as persons of interest. No surveillance footage has publicly placed them at the scene. And yet, the theory persists. Why? Because of the silence. To this day, very little has been shared about what happened between Ethan and Xana leaving the party and arriving home. No statements from witnesses at the gathering, no clarification on whether anyone walked with them, no response to whether any tips led investigators to Fraternity Row. And in the vacuum, a theory grew. That someone from the party may have followed them home, that a disagreement or dispute may have escalated, that someone involved chose silence and stayed protected by the closeness of college culture. And again, this is speculation. But in a case where nearly everything is under seal and where only one name has been officially charged, the lack of transparency invites alternative explanations. No theory should be accepted blindly, but no theory should be ignored simply because it makes people uncomfortable. Because if someone else was present that night, even unknowingly, then their silence has consequences. And if unverified sightings or whispered names are brushed aside without investigation, we risk protecting not a suspect, but a shadow, one that may be standing just outside the frame. Few voices in this case have been louder, more public, or more emotionally charged than Steve Gonsalves, the father of Kaylee Gonsalves, the vibrant, outspoken, fiercely loved young woman killed alongside her best friend Madison Mogan. Steve has made headlines from the beginning. He's criticized law enforcement, he's questioned the narrative, he's spoken openly about the condition of Kaylee's injuries, stating that they were different from the others, that she suffered more, that the killer may have had a personal focus. To some, Steve is a heartbroken father searching for justice by any means necessary. To others, he's a source of uncomfortable speculation, not because of anything he's done, but because of what has been said about him. One of the darker theories circulating online suggests that the murders may not have been about the students at all, but rather about a message, specifically a retaliation linked to an alleged drug debt not owed by Kaylee, but by her father. This theory posits that Kaylee's murder, and Madison's by proximity, was meant to send a warning, to settle a score, or to strike a blow against someone outside the house. There's no evidence in the public record supporting this theory, no criminal charges, no verified financial or drug-related ties. But the theory persists, fueled by Steve's visibility, his vocal distrust of authorities, and the fact that even he has questioned whether the official story is complete. To be clear, Steve Gonsalves has never been accused of any wrongdoing. He is a grieving father, and one of the most relentless advocates for his daughter in this case. But in the world of true crime, where emotion and suspicion often blur, his presence in the media spotlight has made him a character in the public's reconstruction of the crime. And when someone speaks out as boldly as he has, they don't just challenge the narrative, they become part of it. Whether this theory holds any truth or is nothing more than internet conjecture remains unknown. but its existence points to something deeper, that some believe these murders weren't personal to the victims, but symbolic. A message, a punishment, a warning meant for someone outside the walls of that house. And in a case this complex, even the loudest voice for justice can become entangled in the shadows of speculation. Every murder is a message, whether it's rage, control, jealousy, or chaos. A killing says something. But what if it wasn't just about the people inside the house? What if it was about someone outside of it? As speculation swelled following the arrest of Brian Kohberger, some began to ask a different kind of question, one that challenges not just who committed the murders, but why. Not personal, not random, but strategic. A warning, a punishment, a retaliatory act. In that light, the theory shifts from crime of passion to message sent. Some believe the victims, particularly Kaylee and Madison, may have been targeted not because of their own actions, but because of who they were connected to. Maybe a family member, a friend, a debt owed, a betrayal made. We've already explored the theory involving Steve Gonsalves and the whispers about a supposed drug debt. But there are broader theories too, about university students entangled in things bigger than parties and finals. Was there pressure on someone to
Thanks, Miss Lana.
Was something witnessed, reported, or threatened? And if the murders were meant to be a message to someone else, what would that message be? And more chillingly, did it work? Let's look at the facts. There was no clear attempt to hide the bodies. The scene was brutal, but deliberate. The suspect left behind a knife sheath. Was that a signature or a slip?
I will have to, for sure, look into it, Lana. Thank you. I will check it out, my dear. I probably will cover it.
And the 911 call came hours later, with no immediate urgency or mention of blood. That delay, that calm. To some it suggests a cleanup, to others, trauma. But in the mind of a theorist, it could also suggest that the act had already achieved its goal, that whoever did this wasn't afraid to be discovered, because the point wasn't to escape, it was to deliver a message.
Love you too, Miss
Loud,
Lana.
final, and irrevocable. Of course, we must emphasize, there is no confirmed motive linked to retaliation. No public evidence of threats, no charges beyond the single suspect. But this theory lives in the undercurrent of unanswered questions. It lives in the fact that nothing was stolen, that no one screamed loud enough to be heard, that 4 lives were taken and not a single clear motive has emerged. It asks us to consider whether this was less about emotion and more about impact. A killing not just of people, but of peace. Because if this was a message, then it wasn't just for the victims, it was for all of us. When a crime feels too calculated, too precise, too silent, people begin to ask darker questions. And in the case of the Idaho 4, one theory has emerged from the outer fringes of online disclosure, the possibility of ritual, of symbolism, of something cult-like. It's a theory that, at first, sounds extreme, sensational, uncomfortable, but it exists for a reason. So let's look at why. The killings were brutal, but specific. Each victim stabbed with a blade, with no signs of SA, no items stolen, and nothing overly chaotic left behind. 2 victims on the 3rd floor, 2 on the 2nd, and the 1st floor left untouched. Some have described the positioning of the bodies as methodical, even deliberate. Kaylee and Madison were found together in the same bed on the top floor.
Lana, do me a favor and email me a link to it, Hunt, if you don't mind. I will definitely pull it and go through it, and we'll probably cover it too. It sounds like if it's the habeas corpus thing I'm thinking about, you're probably absolutely right. And it proves that he'll be able to do the same. But yeah, send me a link to it if you don't mind in my email, and that way I can go and pull it and look through it myself. Thank you so much for the heads up, for sure.
Ethan and Zan were found close together. The suspect left behind a knife sheath, marked with a military branding, a single male DNA profile. No blood trail, no screaming neighbors, no fingerprints, no bloody shoe prints, and no known accomplices. To some, this appears to be a solo attack. To others, it feels coordinated. Too clean, too confident, and too silent. From these questions, a new theory began to form, one that speaks to ritual, not just rage. Some have suggested that the crime may have involved elements of symbolic violence, that the killer may have followed a structured method, that this wasn't just about murder, but about meaning. Speculation has even extended to whispers of cult activity, unverified claims of strange gatherings in wooded areas, of secret social groups known to the university scene, and of rituals practiced away from the public eye.
Now, some of these things, like I said, I don't agree with all of this, okay? But, and I'm not saying he does either. What he's bringing out is stuff that was talked about before in the case, that there were people saying these were they were ritualistic, cult activity, stuff like that. If you guys remember, there was a lot of different theories that were talked about. This was just one of them. He's not pushing this as if this is a factual thing. Understand all of that. That's what he said in the beginning. He's just exposing the multiple different weird theories and thoughts that came out on this. So understand that. And this doesn't, I don't support any of this either. I'm just showing this to you so everybody understands how many different directions this went. And then I'm going to explain something afterwards.
I agree. There's a bad echo.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can also hear myself.
That's weird. Let me turn you down a little bit. Let's try it there.
How's that? No, not working.
Maybe you have to drop down and come back up, bud. Try that. I don't see why it would change, but oh, wait a minute. Now try it. Hold on a minute. Okay. Go into your settings, Eddie, and in the background, click echo cancellation underneath audio in the StreamYard thing. It might help if you can hear me. There we go. How about now?
How do I sound now?
Good. There we go.
Sounds better.
Thank you, Len. I appreciate it. I will definitely go through it. I appreciate it very much. Had to pop in here because you all want to wait for Brian. Yes. The LA Innocent Project just legit destroyed the case and corruption against. Good. Thank you, Lana. I can't wait to look at it. I can't. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, hon. And nothing but love for you, dear. Nothing but love for you. Thank you, Tandy, for driving her link. Thank you, Christina. Cool. Very cool. All right, good stuff. Let me pull this back up. Were you saying something though, Eddie?
I think we're talking about how, he throws things that are kind of. There you go. There's that again.
Okay, so it's this then. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Go ahead now.
You were discussing how sometimes he throws into his video, he's discussing things that have been believed in the past that are no longer like, gosh, how did you say it? The kind of like regressive to the conversation now.
Right.
So to speak. Yeah. And I wish he wouldn't do that. I wish there was a way that, that kind of takes the conversation backwards, right? From where we are now, in a way.
What I think he's doing is he's showing all the different theories that were put out there initially. And that's why I used this. There's a reason why. And at the end of it, I'm going to show you why. What my basis has for this. And I think you'll understand it all at that point. And I know what you're saying, though.
Then I'll be patient.
Yeah, there's a whole point to this at the end of it for me. He's just showing all the different theories, feelings, opinions people had, ritualistic stuff, cult stuff, all that, because of the type of thing it was. Knives were used. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
For example.
Andy. And then at the end of this, I'm going to get into my deep thought that I had on this. And just it kind of was like a wow moment for me. And I was like, why didn't I see this before? So
I picked up, for an example, I picked up on the way he said, that the murderer left the sheath behind. You know, was it an accident? Was it on
Right.
purpose? He said it as a fact
Yeah.
that it was possibly accidentally or purposefully left behind, which we know is not the case. I mean, yeah, that is the narrative from, you know, the propaganda side of it, but to put it out there without the opposing theory about how the sheath got there is kind of, I don't know, regressive.
Well, you'll see. You'll see why.
Okay.
At least with me, what my point was to this, and it'll probably make more sense. But I understand where you're at. Hey, JC, good to see you. Be safe, Miss Tandy. We'll see you soon. But moving on, like I said, I just wanted to let everybody know that this is not a basis for factual information. It's all based on theory, speculative stuff, and that's what he's showing is what has come about during the case. Is what he's showing. We're at a different point with this now. But I'm going to explain something to you that got into my head last night that made me go, wait a minute. Okay. And we'll go there and have that discussion at that point. It's almost about halfway there anyway. So on we go. Oh, hold on. Sorry, you guys.
To some, this appears to be a solo attack. To others, it feels coordinated. Too clean, too confident, and too silent. From these questions, a new theory began to form, one that speaks to ritual, not just rage. Some have suggested that the crime may have involved elements of symbolic violence, that the killer may have followed a structured method, that this wasn't just about murder, but about meaning. Speculation has even extended to whispers of cult activity, unverified claims of strange gatherings in wooded areas, of secret social groups known to the university scene, and of rituals practiced away from the public eye. There's no confirmed connection between these rumors and the victims, no physical evidence tying the crime to any known cult or ritualistic practice. No symbols, no writings, no candles, robes, or carvings. But that absence of evidence hasn't stopped the theory from growing, because when something this violent happens without explanation, people begin to look beyond logic. They ask, was this a symbolic act? Was it a reenactment of something? Was someone trying to make a statement to a group or to themselves? The theory has roots in psychology too. Some serial killers have displayed ritualistic behavior in their killings, arranging victims, selecting symbolic dates, or leaving tokens behind. Brian Koberger studied criminology. He had an interest in serial offenders. According to an NBC report, Koberger had been researching Ted Bundy around the time of the murders. This has led some to question whether this crime was inspired by others or by the desire to become something more than just a suspect. A symbol, a myth, a message cloaked in murder. We must be clear, this is only a theory. It's not grounded in court filings or public fact, but it exists because something about this case still feels unfinished, unexplained, and unnaturally quiet. And in the absence of clarity, the mind fills in darkness. Whether the crime was ritualistic or not, the ritual that followed, of silence, fear, and speculation, has taken on a life of its own. And maybe that's the point. Because if this was a ritual, it worked. It changed everything. It's easy to focus on the names we know. Kaylee, Madison, Ethan, Xana, Dylan, Bethany. But what about the names we don't? because sometimes the most important part of a story is who is missing from it. On the night of
Welcome back, Christina, to the sauce. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
November the 12th, the residents of 1122 King Road were not all in for a quiet night. It was a weekend, there were parties, there was movement, there were friends coming and going, just like every other night in a college town. Ethan Chapin wasn't a resident. He was staying the night with Xana. Katie had recently moved out, but returned that weekend to show off a new car and spend time with Madison. Bethany Funk was present that night, as was Dylan Mortensen. Both survived. But here's the question. Was anyone else there? Was there a guest who left early, or a friend who stayed late? Maybe someone who dropped by unannounced, or never made their presence known. College houses are open spaces. Friends of friends, casual acquaintances, people come and go. And yet, the official narrative has kept the list short. 6 people in the house, 4 murdered, 2 unharmed. But not everyone is convinced it ends there. Rumors have circulated that someone else may have stayed over, that others arrived early in the morning, before police, but never became part of the public record. Some theorists suggest that a guest was in the house that night, perhaps on the first floor, perhaps asleep, perhaps afraid. Others believe someone could have slipped in after the murders to help clean or cover up something. It's not just about who was invited, it's about who was expected, who showed up anyway, and who left before the world realized what had happened. The demolition of the house makes this harder to confirm. No opportunity for new evidence, no chance to revisit overlooked traces. It leaves us asking, was the house truly locked down from the start? Did law enforcement identify every footprint, every fingerprint, every trace? Or were there quiet exits that slipped beneath the radar? In most cases, the question is, who did it? In this one, we must also ask, who else was there, and why haven't we heard from them? In the digital age, our phones never stop talking. They track us, they ping towers, they log every text, every call, every moment of movement. So in a house filled with young students, people who lived their lives online, why did the digital trail go so quiet at the moment it mattered most? From what we know, Xana Kanoda was using a phone shortly before the attack. We know she even received a DoorDash delivery. Some reports suggest she may have been awake, possibly even defending herself at around 4 a.m. But beyond that, a stillness. No texts, no panicked calls, no last-minute voice messages. Nothing posted, nothing sent. 4 young people, and not one digital cry for help. Even more curiously, there's little mention of what happened on the devices after the murders. Were any phones moved from their original positions? Were any apps opened? Was anything deleted? Law enforcement has not publicly shared the full contents of the victims' phones, and if someone else was present that night, someone moving through the house after the attack, what did they see? What did they touch? Could a killer have picked up a phone, read a message, or wiped it clean? Could someone have deliberately removed evidence, or left behind digital breadcrumbs they hoped would never be found? There's also the matter of the surviving roommates. We know their phones were in use that night, but have they been forensically examined? We know messages were sent, but were calls made? And if so, what did they say? These are questions the public hasn't been allowed to fully explore, because much of the digital evidence remains sealed. But the silence is deafening. In a crime this violent, you expect chaos. You expect noise. You expect someone, anyone, to leave a trace. But the phones didn't speak, which leaves us with 2 unsettling possibilities. Either the victims never had time to react, or someone made sure the devices never got the chance. In most crimes, digital trails reveal panic. Here, they reveal nothing. And in that nothingness, a new kind of fear begins. In today's world, secrets don't just hide in silence. They hide in screens, behind usernames, behind private messages, behind posts deleted too quickly to trace. And in the case of the Idaho 4, There's a growing belief that some pieces of this story may not live in the physical world, but in the digital shadows. Because if no one was seen entering the house, what if someone was already inside their lives, watching from a distance, lurking in the background of social media? In the weeks following the murders, Reddit threads, TikTok videos, and Discord forums lit up with speculation that someone close to the victims, maybe even involved in the crime, had left cryptic posts online. Posts that referenced timelines, that seemed to know unreleased details, that made odd, almost boastful comments before the public even had the facts. One now deleted Discord account reportedly described aspects of the crime scene that were not publicly known at the time. Other anonymous users hinted that the killer had a motive tied to humiliation. One claimed they were warned, and another said, "You'll understand when it all comes out." Were these just trolls, keyboard fantasists seeking attention? Or were some of these posts authentic whispers from someone closer to the truth? The FBI and local authorities have never confirmed if any digital accounts have been tied to the case, but that hasn't stopped online sleuths from building their own maps, linking Reddit usernames to friends of friends, tracking TikTok comments made by possible classmates, and screenshotting every post that vanished too quickly to explain. Then there's a possibility that someone helped digitally, even without being physically involved. A fake alibi suggested, a message intercepted or delayed, a conversation erased. In an age where your phone knows where you've been, or who you're with, and what you've said, digital evidence isn't just metadata, it's motive, it's method, it's memory. And yet, very little has been shared about the victims' online interactions in the days, or even hours before their deaths. Were there warning signs in DMs? Was someone blocked, ignored, or threatened? Did a digital interaction escalate into something physical? We may never know. But in the silence of those phones, and in the shadows of deleted posts, lies another theory. That someone else, maybe more than one, was involved in this crime from a distance. Not through blood, but through influence. And in the world we live in today, that's all it takes. It's a question no one wants to ask out loud. The question that lingers behind every other theory. Was someone else inside the house and never found? By the morning of November the 13th, 4 students lay dead. 2 others, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, had survived. The official story, as we know it, places a single intruder inside the home, moving floor to floor, killing silently before vanishing into the night. But that story is built around one suspect, one knife, one path in and one path out. So here's what we have to consider. What if that wasn't the whole truth? College homes are often revolving doors. Friends stay overnight, guests stay unannounced, especially on weekends, especially after parties. Could someone else have been inside 1122 King Road that night? Someone unrelated to the murders, or someone too afraid to come forward? There are several reasons this question still matters. First, the timing. Xana Knodel is believed to have been awake during the attack, using her phone, possibly fighting back. Would she have done that quietly? Would she have not called out for help if she knew someone else was nearby? Second, the survivors. It was Dylan Mortensen who reportedly saw a masked figure, clad in black, walking past her towards the sliding glass door. She returned to her room and locked the door. But what if someone else was already in the house before the killer arrived? A friend sleeping on the couch, someone in the basement, someone who slipped away before police ever arrived. We know friends were called before 911. We know at least one additional person was present by the time help was summoned. We know the crime scene wasn't secured for hours. Could someone have left quietly during that chaos? Third, the physical layout. The house had multiple entry points, a sliding door, a front door, and at least one lower level entrance. It was possible to come and go without being heard. And last, the silence. No screams heard by neighbors, no frantic calls made during the killings, just silence. And later, a vague 911 call about someone being passed out. If someone else had been in the house, even if they weren't involved, would they have known what happened? Would they have panicked or tried to pretend they weren't there at all? It's a terrifying thought, because it means we may never truly know how many people were inside that house when 4 others died. And if someone else was there and chose silence over truth, then they've been walking free this entire time. 1122 King Road is gone now. The walls that once held secrets, the stairs that echoed with footfall, the doors that may or may not have been locked. All of it flattened under an excavator's weight, reduced to rubble, removed from memory. But before that destruction, the house was something else entirely. It was a crime scene, a timeline frozen in space. It held the victims, it held the survivors, it held the evidence, both seen and missed. And now, it holds nothing. The decision to demolish the house was made months after the murders. University officials stated it was meant to help the community heal, to remove a painful visual scar and allow the neighborhood to begin again. But for many, the demolition felt like a door slamming shut, a door to answers that may never come. Because in the physical space of a crime scene, there are always details that only emerge with time. A footprint in an overlooked corner, a hair caught behind drywall, a blood pattern only visible under a certain light. Could the house have given us more? Could investigators have missed something they'd never have a second chance to find? And more importantly, should the house have been preserved until after the trial? Brian Koberger's legal team had time to examine the scene, and they did. But once destroyed, no defense expert, no jury, no independent analyst would ever see the house in its true form again. If someone else had been in that house, hidden in a closet, curled in a basement corridor, slipping out a door after the attack, would the house have held a clue? A scent, a stain, a shadow of movement? It's impossible to say, but with the house gone, those possibilities are buried. And for the families, for the public, for the pursuit of full understanding, the demolition didn't just remove a structure, it erased a stage, one where the final scene had played out, and where silence fell far too soon. Some see that as mercy, others as a mistake. But either way, 1122 King Road can no longer answer us, and that means we must now find truth in what remains. From the moment this case became public, we've been told the same thing. One man, one weapon, one night. And maybe that's exactly what happened. But what if it wasn't? What if the silence wasn't just shock, but strategy? What if the confusion wasn't just trauma, but control? What if there was someone else inside the room, in the shadows, in the story we haven't been allowed to hear? The possibility of another player in the Idaho 4 case isn't just a wild theory born from internet obsession. It's a reaction to the gaps. A vague 911 call. Hours of the day. A demolished crime scene. Posts that vanished. Names that were never mentioned publicly. People who were close but never questioned. This episode has explored those possibilities, with care, with evidence, and with restraint. We looked at the Sigma Chi party, the rumors of uninvited guests, the silence of the phones, the shadows of social media, the theories involving retaliation, ritual, and misdirection. We examined whispers, timelines, and the now vanished walls that might have held answers. And through it all, we haven't accused. We've asked, could there have been someone else? Not instead of Brian Koberger, but maybe alongside him. Maybe before him, maybe after him. Because even if Koberger is guilty, even if he acted alone, there may still be people who knew, who saw, who heard, who left and stayed quiet. And if those people exist, then they are part of this story too. The ones not in the courtroom, not in the affidavits, but maybe in the margins. Justice requires clarity, but this case has been built in fragments. Some sealed, some buried, some never found at all. And so we ask, not to convict, not to deflect, but to remember. The truth is rarely simple, and sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one we never see. In this episode, we didn't point fingers. We asked questions. We walked through doorways no longer standing. We revisited timelines blurred by grief and speculation. We explored theories that some are afraid to say out loud because they suggest this case may be more than a single act of violence. It may be something else entirely. If even one person knew what was coming, if even one person helped cover the truth, if even one voice stayed silent while 4 others were silenced forever, then justice isn't done yet. In this special investigation, we've followed the shadows, from fraternities to social media, from basements to burner phones, from grief-stricken families to theories of revenge, ritual, and retaliation. And what we've found isn't proof, it's possibility. Because until every voice is heard, every lead is chased, until every silence is accounted for, this case remains incomplete. With that, we conclude this episode of the Idaho 4 Theories Beyond the Official Narrative. If this episode gave you something to think about, if it's helped you view this case in a wider lens, please like, comment, and subscribe to The Silent.
Okay, so you guys got through it. I know it was rough. His voice and all that. I told you it was a crazy voice. But the point that there's a point to all this. So he went over multiple different theories, scenarios, multiple different opinions people had, speculations, all sorts of different stuff. Okay, so the funny thing with all of this is we've seen all this throughout the 2.5, 3 years that we've been dealing with this. Every bit of it, we've seen it all thrown out there, and much more. We've seen people talk about people parachuting into the back deck, in the back of the house, and all sorts of dumb shit, tunnels. Anything you can think of has been added to this case. But at the same time, it's all been taken away too. Think about that. A lot of the stuff we've seen, it's appeared, been portrayed, and disappeared. Just as it appears, conveniently. The 4chan stuff. I'm just gonna say 3 years, yeah. Okay. It's all come out. It's been theorized, speculated, all this stuff. It's been talked about by many different people. I've talked about some of it, not a lot of it, because I never got into the whole cult thing and all that other crazy stuff. But people that have, no disrespect, I never have, because I never saw it that way. It's obvious that there's a cover up here. Okay. We all know that. And it's obvious that there's something being covered up to that aspect. We all know that too. My thought on this is they've allowed all of this to come out. Nobody's ever tried to stop it. Think about that for a minute. It's all been allowed to come out. It's all been portrayed, whether it's through social media, mainstream media, in whatever aspects, it's all been allowed to come out. It's all been allowed to be put out there. All these other leaks and all these other things have all been allowed to get out somehow, because I don't believe in accidental leaks. I'm sorry, I don't. Okay. And it all was allowed to be put out to all of us. And it's been taken back in some aspects, like I said. And then other things have been presented and taken back. Plus, we get all these documents. They gave us all these reports. Okay. I want you guys to think about something for a minute. Hey, Benny, welcome back to the sauce. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for being part of our family. We appreciate you. I think that it has all been done on purpose. Every single bit of it. And I think that it's all been done to confuse everyone. Whether there's something in here that's real. Remember this. There's something in here that's real. And I'm not saying, I'm sure there's people that are going to say, yeah, Brian did it. No, that's not what I mean. Something within one of the things that we've seen and heard and thought and looked into has to be real somewhere. Some part of it does, okay? Or it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't exist. So, yeah. Why didn't they investigate and look into the Linda Lane footage? Good point, Lucy. Why? They didn't need to, because they knew it was out there. They put it out there on purpose, in my opinion. Okay. More smoke and mirrors. We're looking at this. That happened. We start looking at the roommates a little deeper than what we were supposed to. Probably the Linda Lane stuff drops. So we start looking at that. That got quiet for 2 years. Nobody really went back to it. It's just all of this stuff has happened, and everybody looks at it, but nobody really makes it. Nobody can make sense out of it all. In my opinion, it was all put out, all allowed to be put out on purpose. Every bit of it, to keep us confused, to keep us on the wrong direction. There's something else here that nobody probably has touched on yet. Maybe slightly. Maybe we've touched on little bits and pieces of the truth here and there, but never really the center of it. Okay. And that's what they wanted. That's what the cover up side to it is. That's what they're hiding for whatever reason, or they've made this, in my opinion, after I talked to my wife about it, is that they're not really saying much about what we're saying or doing because we're not hitting it on the target, and they're okay with that. You see what I mean by that? Does that make sense, Eddie, what I'm saying?
It does make sense. And to further the thought is, then wouldn't it be, since they're allowing it, wouldn't it be them who have, who that misinformation would have originated from? They conceived it and they're putting it out and they're having the talking heads say it. However, they're getting that information disseminated, that remains a mystery. It doesn't matter. They have the ability to do that.
And yes, and to some aspect, yeah, they are. It's starting there. We've talked about where this all starts from. It's come from there to that aspect, but not all of it. I won't say all of it. Some things have come out, and they were like, "Oh, this is just how I envisioned it." Oh wait, there's another one. Let them run with it. Let them go. Don't say a word. Just let it go. It's going to keep them away from this. Just let them keep going that way. Not all of it has been started from them, but a lot of it did. I'll put it that way. A lot of it did. Then they let other people come out here and make their own, whatever you want to say, and they're just letting it go because it's not anywhere near where we should be. So it's keeping us away from that, and that's why it's been allowed. But a lot of it, yes, has started from the core. Okay. Hey, Jackie, good to see you. And that, to me, is why this has gone like it has. It just makes perfect sense to me at that point because we're nowhere near fully the truth on this to some aspect. Okay. Like I said, I think maybe some of us have touched on the truth, little pieces of it here or there. And maybe they got nervous and then something will get thrown out again. So that draws us back over here. Or, okay, we've dealt with that. We're moving back on to this other situation and it'll do it again. And they'll drop something else and put something else out there that just has more questions added to it, like we always see. And that's how they have. And that makes me wonder if that's why people like Trashley, Banfield, and Nancy Disgraceful, and all these other people are still putting these things out, that they're feeding these people to put this stuff out, keeping this propaganda bullshit going. We've all asked that question because some of us might be touching on some of the truth and it's making them nervous. If the truth ever comes out, it's going to destroy this. That can't happen. We know that. Okay. They don't want that to happen. Obviously, they've worked too hard to keep us all away from that. What is that, Lucy? That's everything. I can't tell what that is. Is that a mole? It's too small. But anyway, so they have created some of this. We know for a fact that they have thrown people into our chats, okay, to draw people's direct attention in different directions, to, start bullshit in creators' chats. We've all seen that. We know that's fact. Okay. Timing. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. So it's been happening through this whole thing. So yeah, at this point, they're keeping the public confused, in my opinion, purposely. Because God forbid somebody were to hit the actual truth on this and blow it out of the water, it's over. There could be something within that where there is a possibility to prove Brian's innocence in that. And if that were to come out fully, that could destroy this completely. And then we have some very important people possibly. The shit's going to hit the fan for them. You know what I mean? And then some. It could destroy a whole bunch of things that just can't happen. So I feel like this has all been a ruse, most of it. Okay. The whole thing, whether it's about the cult stuff or the this, that, and but if you could go find sources, folks, to where the rumor starts on these things. I bet you, like Eddie said, if you got back to the very absolute core of it, it's going to fall right back to this again, right back to the beginning where it all came from to begin with. It's going to come, the sources are going to come back to Idaho, whether it's the prosecution, law enforcement, somewhere. That's where some of these sources would probably lead back to in some aspect. Okay. That's how I feel at this point.
I've been saying it for how long?
Oh yeah, the core is where this comes from, and the what are you gonna call where it all starts from, where it all came from. It's all gonna lead right back to that. At some point, if you can follow that rope, whatever direction, angle it's going, you're eventually gonna end up at that point again, where you started from. And it's all, in my opinion, it's all purposely to keep the public fully, completely, and utterly confused. Because if we're confused, they keep dropping documents and reports and videos and body cams and all these other pictures and stuff. And knowing that we're all going to be going through all this stuff. And in all reality, folks, it truly probably has nothing to do with any of it. That's what I'm saying. And we're all still confused on it because we're looking here when we should be looking somewhere else that we don't know yet. They've kept us away from it. That's how I see this now.
And also to that, and then we can never agree on anything. It's like cat herding. Everyone goes in their own direction with their theory.
Yes.
They're going to have a whole array of sources or places where these leaks originate from.
Right.
Let me ask you this, everybody, chat included. Let me ask you, what is among the best leak? Who would be the best one? In other words, it would lend so much credibility if this particular leak says something. The public almost universally will accept it as truth without question. What source would that be?
Say that one more time, Eddie. I was reading and I only got a piece of it. I'm sorry.
So this propaganda, they're gonna use many different sources, and they can never be the agency is never gonna be the one saying and making all of these claims. It's always going to be a source. There's going to be a whole array of sources saying stuff throughout this type of effort. The best source, when somebody comes out and says something and it's a new leak or bit of information, what is amongst the best, aka the source that is going to be the most believed by the public? If you can have someone say it, who would be that someone?
It would have to be law enforcement.
What about family?
Well, yeah, I mean family, and we've seen that tool used. We know that tool was used. Okay, especially with the Gonsalves family, we know they used them from the beginning.
Law enforcement is another good one, but family is where I was going with that.
But good point.
Nobody wants to acknowledge that, because that would then suggest, well, they're on board. Well, no, there's a different way to do it. We've all been doing it this other way. Oh, they've been lied to. They're just so desperate for the truth, and they're willing to believe anything, because that's what it has to be, right?
Yeah, well,
what if they're on board? What if they have been swayed? Let me ask you all a question, because I wrote this down in my notes as I was listening to this thing. Maddie and Kaylee slept in the same bed as a common practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong.
That's not normal, right? That's not something that you see anywhere. Or we said talked about that a long time ago, but yeah,
Like Judge Judy would say, that doesn't even make any sense. If it doesn't make
therefore
sense, it's not true. It's
not true,
ridiculous.
right?
Ridiculous.
Right. See, I mean,
Should be with the gavel ready.
God. Right. Very good point.
While you're taking that, when did we first hear that? Yeah, that's right, Lucy. Wrong. Have you guys ever listened to Vsauce? Kevin here. He asked a question. What? Maddie and Kaylee slept in the same bed, right? Wrong. If you haven't, you need to listen to him. At any rate, I digress. When did we first hear it? Who did we first hear it from? Think about that. And it is true. We all did believe and stated it and parroted it as a fact. We heard it from the family, therefore we adopted it as the truth, and we parroted it, mimicked it. Maddie and Kaylee always slept in the same bed. They did that from infancy, right? They're just connected at the hip. That's how it works. Ridiculous. But we fell for it and we went along with it. Of course, because information was so limited, I mean, what choice did we have? You know, any little bit came out initially. Remember that? We were desperate to hear anything. And when we did, we believed it. But then we started looking into things deeper and asking questions. So ask yourself, why would the family come out and say something like that? Yeah, Becky, I don't know either. But I know it's not true. Let me be specific. The part that I don't believe is true, I don't think that they slept in the same bed. They have their own rooms. Each room has its own bed. Maddie's was the smaller of the rooms. It could only accommodate what? A single, at the most, what? What's the next size up? Bed? Twin? I don't know. Too small for one person. At any rate. And they both slept in the same bed. Especially after a night of drinking, right? Because it's comfortable to, find yourself having fell off the bed and you're laying on the cold floor in the morning without covers. I want to know when we first heard that. I'm kind of on a quest to find that out. because I know the answer to the other question. Who did we first hear it from?
Which thing again?
I want to know when we first heard that, because we all kind of adopted that as the truth. You know, oh, they slept in the same bed. Why are they in the same? Why were they found in the same bed? It had to be after the
Steve.
PCA, right?
It came from Steve, I think.
Oh, I know who. I just want to know when.
Right. Good point. Good point.
We didn't learn that they were in the same bed until what? After the PCA, for sure.
I think. Yeah, for sure.
Had to be.
Definitely, definitely.
You know, these press, you know, when he was making the rounds, Steve G, early on, he was definitely not swayed yet.
No.
Swayed, swayed.
No, he was not.
I paid that. They're being vague, etc. He was like genuine, but there was a turning point. I don't know if y'all agree with it. If you don't agree, fine, be that way. See it your own way. But there was a turning point, and they have turned.
That's a fact. Big changes. You can see it.
Yeah,
For
the means of
sure.
death don't match that. I think that was around December 4th. Fox News, Lawrence Jones interview.
Right
The
here.
means of death don't match.
I couldn't find. Yeah, I couldn't find mine, so I'm going to use Christie's. She put it up on her screen on the thing, but yeah, I couldn't find mine. I don't know why. It's in there somewhere, but yeah, right here, folks. Watch.
Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who.
Now, that's interesting. Okay, I'm glad we pulled that up too. Think about what she just said, and this was November, the end of November, I think. Maybe this is that big interview where Steve kind of flips out. Okay, and they've told us at this point that the house was the target. If you think about it, remember that
This is December 4th.
December 4th. That's it. Thank you. I knew it was the end of the one or beginning of the other. Okay, good point. We're told now, after this is all said and done, the house was the target. There was no target, but we know that that's not true. She just says in December, then not even a full month, that there is a target, but they wouldn't tell them who. Think about these little things as we go forward.
We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to go up the steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak up.
President Trump.
Now, see, there was a huge difference there. Remember that, okay? I don't know why I can't find the damn interview myself. Hold on. It's gonna
Is it the one where which one are you looking for? Where they slept in the same room?
No, that one there itself, I couldn't find it. I know I have it like uploaded, downloaded into my stuff, but oh, duh. I had it titled under something different. I'm sorry, you guys. Hold on. Because there was more in that interview. But like I said, you remember, like Eddie pointed out, how Steve was then. Okay. There was a whole different persona he was giving off. Okay. And the things he was saying. And then, like, we're going to get to that other point that Eddie's talking about here in a second. Hold on.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez, thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong, man.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do, and we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen, and those people are like lawyers, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can, but somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get.
So that statement right there always stuck with me. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. Now, what do you guys think Steve knows and feels like right here at this point in time in this investigation? December 4th. So roughly, 2 weeks after the murders happened. To make that statement, to be as angry as he seems to be, and the other things he says, what do you think he's thinking and feeling? He has no idea, obviously, that he's going to be used like he does, like they used him. I'm sure he has no clue that's going to happen at this point. Okay? Good to see you, IME and Snooper. But I have absolution that he has no idea what the hell has happened at this point. None. He may think he does, but he doesn't know. They have started to tell him, in my opinion, the bullshit that they have told him through this whole thing to keep him happy and to keep him blowing it out. They knew he was going to do this. They knew he was going to do this and all the other ones he's done and tell the world this. Okay? Maybe he had an idea. Maybe he thought possibly. I don't know, Itchy. It's possible, but not to the extreme that they used him. Not to the end result that they used him, to the point where they were going to give Brian a plea deal and all that other shit, he had no idea at this point. Okay. At least in my opinion. Eddie, I don't know your thoughts, but I don't think he knew. No, he's not an alpha at all, Becky. Were you gonna say something, Eddie, or no?
No.
Okay. No,
I
Thompson's not
still
an.
have an echo.
You still what?
When you have that video on, it makes an echo. I can only hear myself.
Okay, go into your settings at the bottom of your screen right now. There's like a little wheel that should be your settings, and then click on audio. And then in the audio, it'll have echo cancellation. It should be checked or unchecked. Which one is it?
I'm not finding that.
Are you at the bottom of the screen, because you're on the panel with me? There should be like a little settings wheel. There's like the microphone, the camera, where you can share it, and then like a settings wheel. You go in there and then you'll click to the left. It'll say audio. And in the audio, there's like a few different like bullet point type things: speaker, microphone, echo cancellation, reduce mic background settings, stereo, audio, echo, all that kind of stuff. Mic volume. It should say, yeah, the echo cancellation. It should either be checked or unchecked. Which one is it?
It is checked.
Okay, try unchecking it, and then see if that makes a difference for you. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends.
I unchecked it.
Okay, so we'll see if does that make a difference?
No, the echo.
I have no idea why. I don't get
well,
that.
The last time you identified it as your error.
Well, yeah, but I should be able to have a video up and talk without there being an echo. You know what I mean?
Yes.
When I pull the video down, it stops echoing. You see what I mean?
Yes.
It's weird. Hold on. I got to acknowledge something real quick. Miss Jane just gifted 5 memberships, and I can't truly see who they are. Hold on a minute. But there's a big difference there between that period of time and like towards the end of when all this happened. Thank you so much, Jane. Looks like Ryan Anderson received the membership. Gail G74, Carrie Pajula, Tanel Ray, Crime Tourist. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, all you guys. Appreciate you very much, Jane. Thank you so much. God bless. Yeah, but I fixed that side of it, and it shouldn't still be doing it, though. I don't understand that. Maybe there we go. Let's try that. Okay. All right. So, going forward, what was it if you were bringing up, Eddie, about what Steve was saying or something to get me back to where we were with that?
So during that video that we listened to, with with the guy that was kind of, it was rambling, and he covered a lot of different areas, and he's asking all the same rhetorical questions. While watching that, it prompted me to take a note, asking the question, Maddie and Kaylee slept in the same bed, right? Wrong. I mean, it was tried to put out there as a fact, but it is disinformation. Yeah. My question is, when did we first hear that?
That's what I'm trying to remember right now. I know it came from him. Do you remember when? Do you know, or are you asking?
I'm asking. Tomboy, the last time that had happened, I did go out, and I came back in, and it wasn't resolved, and then Dago said, "Oh, it's on my end," and he shut off the video, and then it fixed it.
Well, when you went out, though, you were still here. Like, your avatar was still here. You didn't go out. That didn't drop off. I had to remove it, so I don't know if that made a difference or not. But it has something to do with me putting videos up and then it causes an echo. And I've changed all the settings with it, so I don't know why, but it doesn't do it as long as there's no video up there. I'll have to figure it out after the fact. But Steve G at the memorial, is that when it was critical? Give me a second here. Let me see if I can find that real fast. Used to have all of these things downloaded. Okay, so well, here's something we can take a look at real fast as I'm getting to that point. Looking at this then as compared to now. Oh, what the hell happened here? Hold on. Sorry, I went too far. There you go. Watch this real quick.
Hello. My name's Hunter Johnson. Me and Ethan became best friends over the last year and a half we spent at the U of I. And since we became such good friends, I feel honored and privileged to even be able to share who he was to everyone here. I met Ethan during Fall Rush of last year, and if you don't know what Rush looks like for fraternity guys, it's you're coming in as a freshman and you're walking to 10 different fraternity houses and talking to 100 different guys, trying to understand all of them and see if you fit in with them. And I remember he was the first person I talked to during Rush that year, and I knew immediately that he was someone that I wanted to be friends with and someone I wanted to join my house. My first impression of Ethan was some tall, goofy kid that, looked athletic, and he was, because we played a lot of basketball during that time. Unfortunately, the basketball wasn't enough to convince him to join my house, so he ended up going to Sigma Chi, but that didn't mean we weren't going to be friends forever. So one thing he told me, because he told me he was going to join Sigma Chi, he said, if I do that, you better not block me and ghost me on anything. And I couldn't believe he said that, because I just knew I wanted to be friends with him for a long time. He had such an infectious smile and a charismatic personality. And if you knew anything about Xana as well, they were very similar in how they acted together. Me and Ethan shared a lot of memories together. Usually at a party where me and him would be controlling the aux and be singing at the top of our lungs any country music song with 50 other people in there not saying a word, just us singing as loud as we could.
I can't find the Oh, thank you, back 943, huh? I can't find the Gonsalves in here for some reason. I know they're in here because I've seen it, but where the hell are they? And I saw you sent me, Lucy. I appreciate it. I can only do so. My brain only does so many things. Where the hell is it though? I know it's in here, you guys, because I watched them all stand up here and speak. But where the hell? Here we go. Okay, I knew it was here. Hold on. Here we go.
I want to thank you guys all for coming here today. This is the Gonzalez family. We got Jack up here, and I want to thank Xana's family for putting this together. I didn't have to pick up the phone. I didn't have to write an email. I didn't have to do anything. And I know that an event like this large with all these things took a lot of people, and they volunteered their time. And we want to thank who you know if you were a part of this. I can't say everyone by name, but I want to thank you. We're going to say a couple stories about our girls and help you guys understand how much we love them and how we miss them, and how we hope this community can get strong and heal, and mainly just understand what we lost and how much the world has lost with these two girls and these other 3 girls in Zion and Nathan. All right, my wife will read a poem that she had on her page, Kaylee, and here you go.
I came across this going through Kaylee's stuff. It's called Milk and Honey.
Most important is love, like it's the only thing you know how. At the end of the day, all of this means nothing. This page, where we're sitting, your degree, your job, the money, nothing even matters except love and human connection. You, who you love, and how deeply you love them, how you touch the people around you, and how much you give them. Reflection was getting me.
Kaylee was our middle child out of 5. She was always competitive. She was smack dab middle, so Stephen and Olivia were a little bit older. And Aubrey were a little bit younger, so she kind of had to figure out where to fit in, and she definitely did. There was never a day that she didn't want to race her brother because she was just determined that girls were faster than boys, or that she didn't want to go bug her little sisters and make sure they knew that she was older and they were the little sisters. Kaylee is a huge part of our family. The dynamics of our family will never be the same. We know this is God's will. It's hard to accept. But she was a beautiful girl. She started junior high with Maddie, as you all knew, and our family became 6 very quickly. There was a lot of friends throughout this family that came and gone and went and whatever, and we're still friends, but we don't see him that much. That wasn't Maddie. Maddie and Kaylee were by each other's sides every day. They went to other countries together. Karen took them to Hawaii together. We took them to Mexico together. They went to college together. They went to high school together. They lived in their own apartment together. They were sisters. She was one of ours. And we're just heartbroken. And we know it's just going to take time for everybody to heal. If that's possible. I just pray that it is. Thank you, everybody.
You guys want to say anything? We're going to share just a little bit of a story so you could understand how Kaylee was. My father, who also passed away this year, he's that guy that sits in the lazy boy chair and has the controller and owns the room. Well, when he wasn't looking, he'd go probably get himself a beer or something, and Kaylee would grab his controller and pull the batteries out of it and go hide them.
Like 2 years old, like 2 or 3 years old. Little.
Yeah, she was 2 years, 3 years old. My dad would rant and rave that somebody was hiding the batteries, and we just thought he was kind of losing his mind because it was happened like 4 or 5 different times. And Kaylee would just sit on the couch with a big grin on her face and just watch what my dad would do and how upset he would get. And I believe that's around the time that my dad named her K-Bug.
Bug us.
Because she bugs everyone. And it stuck because it was appropriate. She wasn't perfect. She was our little girl. She was ornery, and we loved her for that. You know, it was okay that was her signature, and nobody tried to change her.
Another thing. Similar to the battery story, back in the day when we had cordless phones, 3 or 4 throughout your house, going to my sister's, her favorite thing to do was to throw them in the toilet. So she would tell me, Christy, Kaylee threw the phones in the toilet again. I'm like, I'm sorry, sissy. I'm sorry. Can we dry it out? Is it done? Was it clean water? I don't know how many phones I had to replace because for whatever reason, she would throw those cordless phones in the toilet.
All right. I think that's everything. Is that everything? You want to say something?
Oh gosh, so I'm Olivia. I don't even know if I need this mic. I have a loud voice. I apologize. I'm Haley's older sister. And I mean, everyone's kind of said it. She was kind of a pain in our butts, but she was our pain in the butt, and we loved her. But one story that I, for whatever reason, thought about when I walked up here, and I haven't thought about in a long time, was one time my sister came to me and she said, Olivia, I think I got something stuck up my nose. And I said, whatever, what do you mean you have something stuck up your nose? She said, I feel like there's something stuck up there. So I go and I press on her nose, and there's a really hard lump in there. So I'm like, we're gonna have to go talk to Mom. This is serious. So we take her up to Mom, and sure enough, she had a bead stuck up there. So we wind up going over to our aunt's house, Aunt Tammy, to kind of try to fish out this bead, and eventually we get it out, and we ask her, we say, Kaylee, how did you get that bead up your nose? And she goes, I don't know. It must have popped up there when I fell off the bed. And I don't know why I thought of that story. I don't know what it says about her, but that was one of my favorite stories of Kaylee.
She was a turd. That's what it means.
So, along the lines of her poem, I just want to tell everyone, if you can learn from our disaster that we're all working through together, you really have to just take care of each other. You got to reach out and hug the people, make yourself uncomfortable, and just be part of the healing and take advantage of every opportunity that you can tell your child that you love them. And don't let them walk out that door without giving them a hug, even if they're annoyed and they don't want you and you're embarrassing. Just say, I'll hug you longer if you just don't get this over with. So if that's, it's going to take that. This community is going to help us. We all know that we can't.
So is it in here, Eddie, where they say it about them sleeping in the same bed together? Did I miss it?
Is there going to be an echo?
No.
Well, I never said it was in the memorial video. I don't know where it's at. I'm just asking the question.
No. I was asking you if you thought it was in here. Somebody in the chat said it was in this memorial video.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
I wouldn't have a guess as to where it's at. I don't ever recall hearing it in the memorial. but I'm not saying it's not in the memorial.
Right. Okay.
And I didn't, by asking the question, I didn't mean that we should, all try to. It was more if someone had that information
No, it's fine. I like
at
to
the
try to
ready.
work these things out when we think of them sometimes if we can. I'm looking, Meg. I'm looking in. Um. Okay. Well.
In time, we'll get the answer, I'm sure. We might have to revisit the answer to the question in a later live stream of yours.
That's fine. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at like multiple things at one time here. Thank you, Meg. That's
Here's a fun fact. On November 29th interview with GMA with Kana Whitworth, Steve said, "It was fast and nobody suffered. The girls reached out via texting and calling." And I believe also on that same date interview, Steve said Kaylee had a stalker and that the roommates were on the first floor. Not mentioning it that we have to listen to that unless you want to, but I'm just going through my notes here. But that's just an illustration of what you had brought up, all the disinformation that's been leaked out over time. That's
tons of it.
me memorializing it in notes, just taking notes. Those are many lies, I guess, if you will, disinformation, just in that interview. Nobody suffered. It was fast.
Right.
There's a
Absolutely. That's a bunch of bullshit. Everybody knows that it's not true. For sure. Is there echo again? Really? This makes no sense to me. Jesus Christ.
has to be in your settings somewhere on your end, because never before on your panel have I ever had this.
It's happened before.
I haven't adjusted anything on my end.
And I hadn't touched anything either. I don't know why it's doing it now. Yeah, I didn't hear it either. I don't know what's going on today. It is what it is. I just won't put any videos up there. It's all right. Then I'll have to go through it later and see why it caused it to do it, or if anything changed somewhere.
I wonder if a different panelist got up. I wonder if that would happen with them too.
I have no idea. Yeah, I didn't. Everything in my background, I haven't changed anything, so I don't know why all of a sudden it started doing it. Echo cancellation it's done. It did it before. There was something with the videos. When I would pull a video up, it started causing an echo, but it's weird. I don't know.
One thing is consistent is whatever doesn't make sense, there's always a fix for it. If there was a gunshot, then there is a loud bang at 417. An audible thud, rather, not a loud bang. My bad.
Meg, where did you send it to? In Discord. I don't have anything from you. The only thing that shows up there is the link that I sent you. Pinned it where? Oh, it's okay, Meg. And it's no big deal, hon. That one, okay. Um. Oh, it was the other vigil. I'm sorry. That's where my misconstrued came from. Okay, that is where it. So that's initially where it came from, was that vigil they had. So yeah, but again, the whole
Keep in
point
mind,
behind. Go ahead.
let's not forget what the question is. Um, they s- they the same bed.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
paraphrasing.
it's okay.
At where did we first hear? Where did we first hear it from?
Yeah, that's like I said. It's just multitudes of misinformation and quite a bit of disinformation as well. And it was just carried on through the entire thing again, and it was allowed. Okay, nobody corrected anything. Nobody fixed anything. Nobody even attempted to. So that says a lot all in itself, in my opinion. Um, 5 more memberships gifted. Thank you, Aquarian. Lemonade. Lemonade. Wonder Woman, Exo, Skylar, the South Park fan, Satiris, DD, all you guys, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. We got 12 new members. That's awesome. Thank you guys. And thank you, Aquarian, so very much. Very generous. God bless. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, it's just one more piece of information. He just centered in on one, you guys, but it's been through the whole thing. And they've allowed it. They have almost promoted it. They started a lot of it. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the same one Meg sent me too. I appreciate that very much. The point is there's so much of it, and a lot of it has come from law enforcement, and then in the prosecution and things that have been absolute bullshit, disinformation, misinformation, been proven to be bullshit, and it's still allowed to play through. They haven't tried to stop it, change it, or anything because they know that it's going to keep us going that direction. Appreciate you, Aquarian.
CH brings up an interesting point. CH quoted, "In the end, they died in the same room and the same bed." And I think
That's Steve.
CH goes on to say that could be from the University of Idaho Candlelight Vigil.
It is. I have it right here.
Well, that date would have been before the PCA.
It is listed December 5th of 22. All right. I'm not going to talk, Eddie, but because it might echo, but I'm going to share this real fast.
They convinced us, they made a proposal to go to high school, to a regular high school. So then they went to high schools together. Then they started looking at colleges. They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed. And it's a shame, and it hurts. But the beauty of the two always being together is something that it comforts us. It lets us know that they were with their best friends in the whole world. And it's like a book. It's like some kind of terrible chapter, but there's beauty in it. And we're going to get our justice. We're going to figure this stuff out. This community deserves that. And when I look at all you guys, there's only one way for this to get a little better, to heal a little bit. There's pain everywhere. Is you're just going to have to love each other. You guys are just going to have to hug each other. You're going to have to be a little awkward, and you're just going to have to share. And the only cure to pain is love.
And there it is. So,
How
December
do they
5th.
know that they died in the same bed together on December 5th?
Well, like I said, they were told, according to them, at some point, they were told something. And she also gave us, I can't remember where that was, but she also told us, see, that made me, we've seen photographs of that scene. There's nobody sitting up in that corner. But we were also told by them that that's where they found Kaylee, sitting up in the corner on the bed, remember?
That's much, much later, though.
Right, but it's just still misinformation. Tons of it through the whole thing. And it's a problem. It's a problem. No, I mean, like, listen, oh, that's fine, Christina. I know that, like, girls especially sleep in the same beds together. They do sleepovers. They do all that kind of stuff, so on and so forth. I think that's what they were trying to implement here through this, is to try to point out how close they were. But then way later on, it comes out to play that they weren't that close anymore. They weren't as close as the Gonsalves were pushing them to be together, so on and so forth. Kathy Mabbitt, they're saying, and SRB says they had to be told by MPD. I agree with that. I mean, who else would tell them? And Steve told us himself that he was told certain things by Kathy Mabbitt. So I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry, Ed.
Is Becky absolutely sure that Kathy Mabbitt said the location? Kathy Mabbitt was really tight-lipped. She wasn't about to say anything. She didn't give any details. She was reluctant to say it.
She gave a lot in one interview and then nothing more after that. And it was just a bunch of preliminary shit, in my opinion. If I remember the interview, it was basically, Tomboy's right. It was on the 48-hour thing is where Christy gave the positions in the bed. Good point, Tomboy. Thank you. I couldn't remember which one it was. There's been so many. But Mabbitt said in the very beginning how dramatic it was, that it was done by a very large blade. That's something she said. Bladed weapon of some sort. And that there was a lot of blood, all this other kind of stuff. Those are the things she said. But then Steve comes out and makes the statement that they weren't stabs. They were big, large gouging type wounds. And he said that Mabbitt told him that. That's what I'm saying. It's ring around the rosy with this stuff through the whole thing.
I don't want to get us all, taking such a left turn here with the discussion, but I've seen a little bit of confusion. I want to set everyone straight. There's two. The question we're trying to ask is, when did we first hear the narrative that Kaylee and Maddie always slept in the same bed? It's a different question than when did we learn that they were found deceased in the bed. See, finding them deceased in the same bed it's very problematic. Like, how did that happen? Mm-hmm. So the fix is, they always slept in the same bed. See? Can you see that? Do you understand it?
And so, see, I know
because it is so unusual and suspicious. They're in the same bed. That doesn't make any sense. Well, then of course the fix is, they always slept in the same bed, and they interject that, and it's fixed. We all believe it. Of course, the family put it out there. So, who's going to disagree with it?
It is problematic too. And here's another reason why. Because now we're to believe that Kaylee was possibly killed downstairs. Okay? And then believe that she was drugged back upstairs and put in the bed, in the sitting position in the corner on the bed. No, who takes the time to do that? And why? Like I said, we've been told that many different stories. This is my whole point. And it's not really off the subject, Eddie. It's not to the left either. I think because it still goes back to what my point was, is all of the stuff that we were led to believe purposely, allowed to believe, that was put out on purpose, that was never stopped, changed, retracted, any of that, all plays into the confusion that they have wanted to create for us and anybody to never get to the truth. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of all plays into it. The same question does. It's interesting. And it did come from Steve. I know it came from Steve. I can't remember exactly where. I know what you're saying. It's a different question or a different statement than what he just said. Because he clearly, I can see him saying it. I just can't remember where it said that they always slept in the same bed. Or, yeah, like it was a regular occurrence. And I know that when they were little, sure. To two 21-year-old girls, no, they didn't do that because at some point they probably had boyfriends over and things like that. They're not going to sleep in the same bed all the time. You know what I mean? So it was put out there to form a visual or a mental picture of who these two girls were together. And then build the rest of the narrative about the case with that, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. They've never changed, and correct me if I'm wrong, though, Ed, because I don't think they have. They've never changed the narrative that these kids were all killed. These young adults were all killed in their sleep. Have they?
No, they haven't.
Never. And we know it's not true. We know that they were, maybe one of them or two of them possibly were sleeping, and that's just a possibility. But we know that Xanon was awake. We know that Kaylee was awake. And I'm still struggling with the fact that Maddie and Ethan may have not been awake either. But that's possible with those two. But we know at least two of them. But they keep the narrative running that they were all killed in their sleep. That was the whole basis, part of the basis of Olivia's her speech in the court hearing at the end of the sentencing hearing. That he attacked them in their sleep like a pedophile were her words. Never happened. Okay. So they've never presented this to us in honest terms. Ever. They've never presented, and I've said this before, the only thing they've given to us that's truly honest is the date that it happened, folks. Think about that. Has anything else been truly honest about this at all? No. We don't know a real timeline. We don't know true weaponry that was used. We don't even know when the hell Xana and Ethan got home at all. None of these things were brought to us in truth, except for the date that it happened. And it's never changed. They've never retracted. They've never done they've never pulled back any of the misinformation that's been put out ever. They've just allowed for it to play out as to keep us all confused, in my opinion, which was what my whole talking point was about. Right, Paco. Basically, yeah. And it makes us question everything. And then they turn around and they come at us because of the things that we speculate on and talk about. But you've never given us truth. So what the hell do you expect us to do? Just say okay to what you're saying and just move on, forget about it? No. That's why we're in this position now. Because a lot of people have done that. I'm just saying.
Interesting that Steve at the vigil said, and they died in the same bed together. Because my question is today, right now, does he still believe that? Do the facts at the crime scene show that?
Right.
I don't believe the evidence in the crime scene would show that that is the case.
Well, I don't either at this point. And I truly at this point, let's see. I know you follow him. Did you watch Pop's new video, Eddie?
I think so. Yeah.
I think where he's talking about somebody possibly chasing Kaylee through the house and the effects of a possible gun and things like that, so on and so forth. That completely turns this around from where they had us on this. Okay. If it's true, we don't know, but there's some points in the crime scene that make me look at that and go, well, maybe because we know that there was a lot of blood at the top of the second floor stairwell there going down to the basement or I just call it the basement, but you know what I mean? The first floor. That could be. If we are to believe anything that Dylan says, that she hears Kaylee's voice down on the second floor going towards the bathroom, maybe not, Maybe she was running to the basement. Maybe she ran up from the basement. Dylan said she heard her running up and down stairs. We don't know which stairs she was on. If she's in her room and she's got the door shut, how does she know which stairs she's on? I mean, granted, yes, the one stairwell runs next to her room. So you would think you could hear that louder, but she could have. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Aquarian, very much. When we practice to deceive, what a tangled, yes. And that's very fitting for this, Aquarian. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless. Nobody does, Michelle. The families should be beyond pissed off at this point. If they have watched, read, and perceived anything we have, why are they not complaining? Well, go back to the beginning when Eddie said, are they on board? How did they get on board? Why are they on board? I'm not saying they're happy that their loved ones are deceased. That's not what I mean by that. What I mean is they've been brought to the same level, brought to the table with everybody else that's involved in this, and they're on board with that. They believe in what they're being told, what they're being shown, what they're being said, what's being said to them. Why? Why do you believe it if we see it and we don't believe it? That's the question right there. Why do you believe this when you're looking at the same thing we do, but we don't believe it? If somebody tell me how that works out.
Here's something I just realized. This is interesting. So Pappy Man brought up a good point earlier about, the way he said during the December 4th Lawrence Jones interview.
Yeah.
I didn't leak that. Or don't say
Don't
it
say
was not leaked to me. I earned it.
Yep.
Something he feels he has the right to say it without being accused of leaking it.
Yep.
In other words, the following day, which was it, the vigil or the memorial? I forget which, but it
was the vigil.
Regardless, he said he put out there into the public domain that they were in the same bed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it really feels like on December 4th, prior to December 4th, it feels like he was admonished for leaking. Someone had probably approached him and
told him to shut up
at some previous time or date to that December 4th interview, because he was quick to interject, "Don't admonish me for leaking. I earned it."
Yep.
Don't accuse me of leaking it. So on December 5th, he's right back to putting out very specific information. The PCA, again, I think is the first time, because remember, the public press conference on December 30th, the day of the arrest. Bill Thompson said, wait for information to come out in the court record. So we waited. We finally got the PCA. And on the bottom of page 2, we learn, as I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first time we heard that they were in the same bed. We heard it on December 5th through Steve G.
And the PCA...
My point being is, I bet he was allowed to put that out there on December 5th.
There we go. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
To leak that.
Keywords: allowed, purposely allowed. They wanted him to.
I think so.
I agree with you. That's what my point was today. And it's been done through the whole thing, Eddie. They used him. He was a tool. Okay. And I'm telling you guys, I said this before, they used him all the way up to the sentencing. They got what they wanted out of him. They got Brian behind bars for life, convicted of this crime. And have you seen anything else between them? No. They even promised him they were going to sit down and tell him everything, and they turn around and make him FOIA everything. They fully and completely used them to do what they've done through the whole thing. Okay, like he said, they allowed him to put these things out. They've allowed other things to be put out that shouldn't have. It's all part of this whole thing. And it's all been believed. There's some of us that don't, obviously, okay? That we've seen it for what it is. And it's sad. I just wish they would see it for what it is and say something about it. Do something about it, for Christ's sakes. Unless, maybe they're tired, Eddie. Maybe they're burnt out, tired, and they don't think it's going to go anywhere or whatever. But I get it. But still, I couldn't give up like that. I just couldn't. But it's been done. It has been done the entire time. It's a damn shame.
I found it.
Okay.
On December 1st, on Fox News with Martha McCallum, he apologizes for saying same bed.
Really? Fox News. Is it a Gonzalez interview?
Yes. So there's been some confusion about the dates.
December 4th, huh?
No, December 1st.
First, I'm sorry.
So there was a mistake. I forget how we were discussing that the vigil was on December 5th. We were wrong. It appears CH says November 30th. So then on November 30th, at whichever it was, the memorial or the vigil, I don't know at this point, he says that they were in the same bed. On December 1st, he apologizes for saying same bed.
What's the interview look like, Eddie? Who's in it?
Well, it's just in note form, so it's just my writing down. December 1st, Fox News, Martha McCallum.
Oh, okay.
Would be the journalist. And then I just wrote a summary of what they were discussing. He apologized for saying same bed. Like that was the highlight, the type of, because I can't write about everything that they're talking about and say it down. That'd take me forever. So luckily I wrote that down and I found it.
Gotcha. I'm looking. No, I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
So he leaked that. And then he apologized for leaking it. They admonished him for that.
Well, he has admitted to the leaking multiple times, but why? Yeah, why would you apologize? Are you apologizing because it's wrong information? Are you apologizing because you weren't supposed to talk about it? What are you apologizing for? He's done it a lot, a whole lot. Jesus, there's so many interviews I have here. Well, just as much as they talk about the stalker thing. There's no stalkers. There was no stalkers. They talk about it many times. Yep, that's exactly my point, SW. Why apologize? Was it wrong information, or was it that he wasn't supposed to say anything? That's exactly what I said, too. Right. Info of the girls were found in the same bed. Could have been used to determine who saw the crime scene and rule out false confession. Right. Steve saying it was on TV. Believe that. Good point. See,
by the way, let's not lose our way. That still doesn't answer our question. The question still is, when was the narrative of, they always slept in the same bed together?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the fix. That's how you fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, because we were told. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Do you guys remember this? I can tell by my daughter's text messages she did call 911. She wasn't saying anything the lines like she heard something. She was in fear. What the what? Hold on. I'm gonna run this, Eddie, so just so that it doesn't have an echo. Don't say anything for a minute, bud. Okay, so they're saying that Steve gave an interview on Fox News, and I thought we've seen everything, on December 4th. That sounds new to me. Hold on. Let me find that real fast. That can't be the same one.
We don't.
Well, they're saying it's the one that we were watching. The one with where he says who's going to be the alpha or whatever. I don't. All right, we're going to play that through and listen because I don't think I heard.
Now, got 3.
No, that's December 4th on Fox
Wrong
News.
date.
I'm sorry, what?
December 4th is the wrong date.
That's what it said on there. What date is it then?
December 1st.
Is
With
the one
Martha.
No. Sorry. I was talking about that thing I just showed you guys. Did you see it or no?
I'm lost. Could we start over? What is your question?
There was something that somebody sent me that I just pulled up. And it's a statement that was put out supposedly where Steve makes a statement and says something about he can tell by his daughter's text messages that something about her calling 911 at 3 a.m. and she was in fear of something. Did you ever see or hear that before? And it says in there that December 4th in that interview on Fox is where he talks about that. I've never heard it before. I've watched everything, but I know I'm still looking for what you were talking about too. See, I don't remember that at all. He's pointing out 42 because of all the missed information and where it came from and when. That's why he's asking that question. They only gave one. They couldn't have given more than one interview on the same channel on the same day. Well, if that's the case, then they need to show her text messages too. Thank you, Busy. Yeah, I can't find that interview on December 1st. I don't know why. Thank you, Meg. One minute. Maybe this is it. Thank you, Meg. All right, bear with me. I'm going to play this real quick and see if this gives either one of the points that we were looking at here. Hold on.
Here with us now to discuss former homicide detective Brian Foley. Brian, what do you make of the handling of this investigation 3 weeks in now?
So look, kids don't have enough to worry about going to school and their safety. Now they have to worry about this. Police are really going to have to manage their communications now at this point, and they do this through three certain steps. One is to express concern. They've done that. Two is to ask for help. They've done that too. The third thing is build confidence, and I think they've done a good job in that to this point. One, they ask for help from bigger agencies. The Moscow Police Department right away decides this is probably too big for us, and we need all the help that we can get. If you look at that press conference last Wednesday, you saw that state trooper basically give the crime scene 101 class during his press conference. So in the absence of case details, specific things to the investigation that they can't talk about because those things are only known, those facts are only known to the victim, the suspects, and possibly the police. In the absence of that, he starts talking about their crime scene techniques. Now, what that's going to do is, one, give the reporters something to nibble on, but two, it will help the general public have confidence that law enforcement is doing everything they can to catch that killer. You know, and I heard your reporter say that there's a lot of police on campus. You know, that can go both ways. That can cause fear, but it can also help people to feel safe at the same time. So it's up to them to communicate that, hey, we don't have cops out here right now because we have a threat where we know there's something going on, but basically this is to make you feel safe and help the educational process get back on its feet.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those college students returning to campus, although we have seen that some have chosen not to. The school has said they're going to try to accommodate some of those students with virtual learning. I know there's fundraisers going on to provide some of those students with alarms to carry around on campus in case they see something, they can say something. But this is not the concerns you hope for any college student to return to campus with. The police are going to have a huge task to respond to the growing number of 911 calls they are reported that they're getting now.
So we're in a different era now with, you know, I hate to say it, you know, as a homicide investigator, when I first heard of the facts of this case, my gut feeling, serial killer. You know, and I hate saying that, and I don't know the circumstances. Just my gut feeling. Every knife homicide, it seems like, is very passionate, very emotional, very loud, very violent, with a struggle. This is different. It's an anomaly. It's almost like it was emotionless, where you know you have 4 people killed, a suspect who's able to maneuver around. We assume a dark apartment and go to 4 different places, or 3 or 4 different places, and commit these murders. So let's look at what police have not said. After every homicide, the police department, almost, not every homicide, but most homicides around the country, after the police will come out and say something along the lines of, hey, the general public doesn't have to be scared here. This is an isolated incident. This was a targeted attack. They haven't said that, and that's chilling. They've said, in fact, quite the opposite. Be vigilant, lock your doors, look out for one another. Please send us help.
Well, not initially, but then they came back and said that, right?
You have this type of killer out there, and police have to communicate that through social media and regular media. And as you can see, things grow on their own. So it's up to them to control the message and get out there. And again, to this point, I think they've done a pretty good job about that. The cops know who they're talking to. When they say something publicly, they're talking to the victims' families. They're talking to the general public. and they're talking to the killer. And I can tell you right now, they're not going to name a suspect. They're not in the business of naming a suspect. They're not going to, nor would they say that it's a serial killer, I don't think either.
Everybody's
These are things
frustrated.
that would not assist in their investigation. And I promise you, they're only going to talk about things that will assist their investigation. They have psychological profiles saying this type of suspect, you should say these types of things publicly about this type of case. So it's very refined, very strategic, very planned out. And to this job, Moscow State Feds, in my opinion, I've been doing this over a decade, I've done an excellent job in communicating.
Got it. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for having me, Sandra.
Okay, so in this article it says, father of slain University of Idaho student Kayla Gonzalez said in an interview
still tracks you in incognito mode.
Tuesday.
A real
What the hell? Hold on, you guys.
DuckDuckGo, you get a built-in search engine like Google, but it never collects your search history.
I don't know why it's making that noise, but
except it blocks most cookies and ads, so you're more protected from hackers, scammers.
That the initial 911 call may have come in as an unconscious person report because his daughter wasn't answering her phone. I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume by the phones being ignored.
Must protect the healthcare.
Knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting, Steve said to ABC News. Hold on, you guys. This is driving me nuts. Where is this coming from? There. Okay. He also disclosed publicly for the first time that his daughter and her best friend, Madison Mogan, used a sorority designated driver service to get them from Grub Truck to downtown about 1:56 the day of the massacre. Okay, so 2 female roommates who lived at home in the basement level summoned friends fearing that one of the victims had passed out. Okay. Gonzalez said he was first informed of his daughter and Mogan's deaths by family on campus, not police. That would have to be his son. You can imagine sending your girls to college and then they come back in an urn. He said you can absorb that amount of pain and agony. He added at least the killings were fast. Nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain. How do you know that? Gonzalez said that he supports the police who are working hard to solve the grisly killing, but is frustrated by lack of transparency. I have to assume and hope that this is all part of their plan. I know that there's some really good hardworking guys and girls that are on this case that I've met, and they looked me in the eye and told me straight out that they're working and doing everything in their power. My family's grief has been compounded by not knowing who's responsible for the murders. I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve, Gonzalez said. I want to be able to have justice first. He added, my wife's biggest fear, part of the reason we didn't have a funeral is because she couldn't be guaranteed that the monster wasn't going not to be there. And then it says he speaks at the candlelight vigil. That's it. I don't know, but that's crazy.
Yeah, and I understand doing this.
Go ahead.
How's that? Is the echo gone? Okay, we're better.
I don't hear the echo. It's only on your side that you hear it, buddy. I don't hear you, but I don't want you to have to hear that either way. So,
yeah, doing it during a live stream is kind of like us running around with our chickens. You know, with us running around like chickens with our heads cut off.
Yeah,
too. I understand.
Oh, that's all good. That's
Everyone hears the echo.
A couple said they hear it. Others say they don't. I don't know. It's weird. It's crazy. I don't know why it's doing it. Maybe it's just, I'll have to go.
I think they meant it's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone now.
If you put a video up, it would be.
You heard it.
Be there.
Yeah, they heard it too. Yeah. Yeah, it has something to do with the video today. I don't know why. And it's done it before. I just went in and hit echo cancellation and it fixed it. And that's what it's in there. It's still clicked. I never changed it. It's weird. I don't get it. Eddie's running around with his chickens.
Yeah, yes. You can't even think to speak when that's happening to you. it just derails everything. There's no speaking clearly. It's so overpowering. It's distracting to a
I don't know
distraction.
why it's doing it. Like I said, I have it clicked back here. It did it to me for a couple of days one time. I don't remember what if I changed anything. It just all I did was click this or click this. And that's the end of it. It was fine. It's weird. It's irritating. It's only when I have a video up. That's the problem. Oh, no.
Well, it's interesting. We know that we heard early on, right around November whatever it was, 30th, December 5th timeline, that Steve said that they were found, that they were killed rather in the same bed.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
Although we didn't find it today, there is a December 1st Fox interview where he wait let me read it again, make sure. December 1st, Fox interview with Martha McCallum, where he apologized for saying same bed. You'll just have to take my word on it. We don't have to go searching and looking. But
sure.
by the way, that thing that you put up on my chat, and then you put it up on your screen while watching that other video, what's that called? When you highlight someone's chat text?
Oh, yeah, when you pull it up like this?
Yeah, whatever you put up, that thing that I put up, that is the thumbnail from that December 1st. I went searching around on the internet while that video was playing, and I found that, and I don't know how else to share it with you while I'm live streaming, so I just copied pasted the thumbnail
Gotcha. Yeah.
of that Martha McCallum interview that you highlighted. Yeah, and it was the one prior to that one, but yeah, there's two of them that I threw up there.
Right.
Anyway, it exists. We don't have to do it today unless we want to. And there's no guarantee. I hadn't had time to preview it and watch the 6.5 minutes of it while up here on your panel. So will it say, will it be him apologizing? I haven't confirmed it. It sure looks like it's going to be the one.
Right.
But I can't guarantee it. These are notes from way back when I first saw that December 1st interview.
Right.
December 1st, 22 notes.
No, it'd be yeah.
There'll be no reason why I'd lie to myself in my notes. I mean, I wrote it down because that's what I was watching.
And his notes are absolutely about as accurate as you can get on anything. That's always been that way. So I just don't know why it won't pull it up for me that way. It's weird.
Yeah, I could drop out. I could do that Google look, find it, and then email it to you, and then hop back in. But
yeah,
I don't know if we need to do it all. It's not worth all that. The point being is he put out that detail. He got that detail from someone.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't hear it officially until the PCA.
No, Frank, I haven't. That's another creator who's out trying to take money from people through GoFundMe so that she can drive around Moscow and misrepresent a 5013C. Really? Jesus. I have no idea, Frank. I have no clue. That's not good, though. Jesus. People out here are a mess.
I think to summarize, like you said, Dago, to summarize our kind of our talking point today is all the leaks that the state-sanctioned effort
Mm-hmm.
But all the leaks to either misdirect or to sometimes to misdirect, sometimes to direct the talking points.
Right. Very good point.
Some things that they needed us to believe. Some things that they wanted just to, for us to examine and try to sort through and waste time.
Right.
Distract us.
Very good point,
The
sir.
point being, like we did yesterday, if you can take collectively all the information about what we did yesterday, look at the minivan, the way it's parked there, like in proximity to the crime scene, and then after just a short period of time, it's in the same parking spot, but moved and facing the opposite direction. What explains that? It's pretty obvious. When could it have gotten there? It's quite obvious that it was before the 911 call was made that it was there. Take that in conjunction with DM's stating that man who helped us, right? That's another clue. The leading of DM during questioning, that can only mean that the narrative was derived prior to the 911 call. I mean, you have to be able to see that. That is the only thing that explains it. And conjunction that with, we have heard the police radio noise during the 911 call.
Very true.
I mean, if you can't see it yet, that it is the police that did the cleanup. And
that's what I was pointing out yesterday.
The delaying of the 911 call was for that purpose. I mean, if you're not able to see it yet, what are you waiting to, what are you waiting to happen for the police to come out and tell you?
And that's the thing, is everybody's asked for 2.5 years, 3 years. Why did it take 8 hours? Well, think about what takes time after something like this. We got to clean up a mess. We have to figure out a story. We have to put everybody in place. We have to put everything in place where it's supposed to be. Everything's got to go right into where it's supposed to be before we can get it out there to the world, before everybody can know. That's the best answer for you guys right there. And they've done everything they can possibly do to turn us away from that in every direction we go. Look over here, look over there. Talk about this, talk about that. I was just going to say that, Meg.
Yep. Conjunction junction.
What's your function?
Oh, God, Meg, you kill me.
I love her. Maybe they just ate their food on bed together and the shit went down. I mean, it could have been. Yeah, but then we got people running all through the house, Elizabeth. There's too much that happened. There's too much that happened and went on, and too many stories, too many things that don't point to what they've told us. You see what I'm saying? Too many flags that popped up that took us away from what they showed us. We were all ready and willing to look at what they gave us at first, and we did. And then those things took us in different directions. It was their own fault. So that wasn't 8 hours of cleaning. Where 42? What do you mean? It's obvious that there were things cleaned because then they came in after the fact. Like I said, at the top of the stairs, you see the photographs, you don't see any blood, but then you see the amido black all over the damn wall right there after they decided to apply it. So exactly, Meg. Those things were all great. My wife just found an old one the other day we were looking at on YouTube. That was hours of getting the story straight. Well, I think it was all in conjunction. There it is again. I'm using it now with the situation. They did all of that together, cleaned up, got the story straight, did this, did that, put everybody in their places. This is what you're doing. That's what you did. This is what you're going to say. That's what you're going to say. That type of thing. Here's the story. This is what went down. This is what happened, when it happened, so on and so forth. That's what I mean.
This is just a wild question, but think of this. If it is true that drugs were, sold out of that house, right? I mean, that's always kind of been, the talking point. It's a party house. and it's known. What did Dave say? It's known that drugs were.
Yeah, oh yeah, very clearly he said
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
whatever. If that's true, and all the students knew it,
Big time.
Because of course Walnut Grove PD over there, they can't have any knowledge or any common sense or training, right? They're just backwoods. They're prehistoric, ability over there. They don't have any intelligence. So all those drugs are being done without any of law enforcement's knowledge. That's how dumb they are, right? We believe that, right?
Are you gonna order something or something?
I heard something.
Hold on, I'm sorry, it's my son again. Sorry, he interrupted again. Killers put Kaylee and Maddie with two reasons they do is beforehand. They were both close friends. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, Walnut Grove. I love it.
Because they have to be untrained and blind, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, to my point, obviously they knew, but allowed it. If it's true, keep in mind, if it's true that there's drugs being sold out of there, law enforcement knew, surely, and allowed it, therefore. If they knew, then that means they allowed it. Turned a blind eye.
Of course.
So my question
Go ahead. Sorry, your question.
What would incentivize them to do that?
Money. Politics and money, like we've always said. That's what everything goes back to, but especially with this, there's something relating to that.
There has to be a reason why the cover up, why the cleanup, why the spin, the propaganda and
yeah, I mean, if you
hiding
think about
the truth, hiding the motive.
Yeah, if you think about what Cy Ray said in his document, after 30 years of his experience, blah, 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 so on and so forth, that this was not done on accident. They weren't accidentally misinformed and this and that and everything else. His last and final words were, and I fully stuck to that and still will, that they are covering up something much, much larger. The answer to that is what? And that's what we've been going at, chipping away at for months. Years. What and why? That's the answer we got to come to. And that's where we're stuck every time.
But I will leave everyone with that thought to ponder as I hop out.
Say again, bud.
I'll leave everyone to ponder that thought. I get the feel we're right about that time mark. I feel that you're going to be ending soon.
Yeah, we're done for the day at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's going to be what we're going to be driving towards at this point forward, is looking for that reason, that answer. Maybe things that can point us in that direction. We'll find out. Maybe we can look for those things, guys. If for future shows, if anybody has thoughts or feelings or options that lead you in that direction, I'd love to talk about it.
The other thought I just want to reiterate, I'm going to be looking, of course, I welcome anyone's help too, to find out when we first learned that, when it was first I guess, introduced into the narrative is Kaylee and Maddie slept together. That came from the family. I'm just curious to know when. And again, it's a different question than they were found in the same bed.
Right. There's everybody's homework for the next day or so. Hey, Wonders. We always have something we're looking for after every show. We got to have homework every day, folks.
Okay. Well, it's been fun spending time with y'all again, as always. And thank you, Dago.
I appreciate you, buddy. You know that. Always will, always have. Have a great one, bud.
You too.
Thanks again. Now, jumping over here. Was somebody saying something about Nina was grifting something? That's what I was confused about. I wanted to make sure I saw that right. Hey, Twinkle. Because I can never believe that. Are you serious? There's a GoFundMe out there for that? No way. Are you kidding me? Seriously? Wow.
It's gonna get dinner.
Interesting. Well, we're going to be looking into that. I'm going to have a meeting with my mods and stuff too. So either way, thank you for the information. And before we go anywhere, let's see if anybody catches this. Don't go nowhere yet, folks. I want to see if anybody knows where I'm at with it. That's exactly what the Idaho 4 reminds me of, is Twin Peaks. Yeah, I'm going to have, if my mods have a few minutes, I want to have a little bit of a meeting with them. Thanks, Eddie. Again, I appreciate you. Thank you guys very much. Well, the Twin Peaks TV series was who killed Laura. What the hell was her last name? But anyway, it was just like the Idaho 4 case, guys. It's insane. But yeah, I just wanted you guys. I want to see if anybody caught it. But thanks for the info, Texas. I appreciate it. I know you wouldn't make something like that up. And anybody else that was, putting that in there, Justice Burrow. So that will do it. And I appreciate you guys very much today for being here. And you guys don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please have a great rest of your day. Don't change nothing. You guys are beautiful people. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth. corrections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible